Alright, looks like everything is going properly here. So let's go ahead and get into it. What we're going to do today is we're going to start. Also, these things are totally cosmetics. I'm super happy that I got them. But we are going to start a run towards maxing our mining and smithing today. And I guess I sort of started this at the end of yesterday, but I hadn't really decided to totally just go ahead and do it. But I'm definitely going to go ahead and just crank this out today. We're not going to make it, obviously. We're going to probably take as much as a week to get this all done. I'd like to hopefully get it done before Thanksgiving. But we're going to try really fudging hard to make this happen. Yeah. Did I just get, like, zapped by ice? What just happened to me? Yeah, so we're going to focus up on mining and crafting. If we take a look, I've got about 650 ingots worth of orichalcum. And so I just need to get that much of this dragalith. But I have to get all the way to level 76 before we can create necronium at maximum heat. So we've got another 13 smithing points to get just out of orichalcum here. And just in general, we're going to do our little trick with using the max heat stuff and doing the boots and stuff like that. So we'll create a full set of gear at each tier. And then hang on, I gotta turn on my mouse without borders real quick so I can control my other computer. Yeah, so we'll do the thing. But we'll make a full set of orichalcum gear, and then we'll move on to necronium. We'll make a full set of necronium. Basically, we're just going to be getting ourselves set up so that as we go through the different tiers, we'll just have the best possible equipment available to ourselves. And that way, you know, even if we have to go and like fight some bosses and stuff to get some good boss drops and start looking into some other things, we'll at least have a baseline, be as strong as we possibly can. Smithing also helps with woodcutting. Smithing also helps with a number of things. So just based off of the little bit that I know about the game and the little bit that I've spoken with like Karst and stuff offline in the game, I believe that getting this up is just going to make everything else in my life slightly easier in the future. So I'm really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. I see here that an old man hunter has subscribed over on YouTube. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. I don't know if that happened during this stream or not. I just got my notifications listed up here. So if you're here, thank you for the sub. And if that was, you know, a sub from somebody watching it, oh, it was 15 hours ago. Never mind. It has a message there that lets me know when it happened. Never mind. Something that's been really interesting that doesn't normally happen. Well, I guess it did happen when I was playing Once Human. But it doesn't normally happen with the other games I've been playing. But my streams have been getting a lot of views, like, outside of the stream time on YouTube, the VODs have been getting a ton of views on YouTube, which is super crazy to me. The first VOD that I did of this little run, it went through a period of time a few nights after it was posted where it was doing like 20 views an hour. And it doesn't seem like people watch for a really long time. It gets, a couple of minutes average per person. But it's kind of crazy. I'm starting to feel like maybe I should put some chapters in those or something. It would be quite a bit of effort to scrub through them and find good places to chapter them because they're hours and hours and hours long, and I don't necessarily remember exactly what was happening when. Maybe if I could find a good way to, like, mark the locations as I was streaming, then that would work really well. And then we could just have chapters in those, because I think that would support, people being able to watch certain parts of it, people being able to go in and listen to, me ramble about certain topics, or, if we do something cool that day, like, a fight or something like that. Of course, I guess the other option is to recognize those potentially cool moments and then just take them out and turn them into their own videos. I don't know. We'll have to see. One of these days, I'm going to be a good streamer who doesn't just get on and stream for 8 hours and think, okay, I'm done. Actually put in the behind-the-scenes work. I think that's honestly the big difference. And probably is the biggest difference between where I'm at right now and where I was when we were playing Once Human. Was when I was playing Once Human, I was making a lot more actual videos, even though they were pretty low quality. They were there, they existed. And I honestly, I think that's probably just the biggest difference between successful and not successful streamers, is those secondary and tertiary things. Because anybody can get on here and just talk, right? But making that other content, getting yourself out there to other people, is kind of the most difficult part. It's probably something I should focus up more on, but we'll see. We'll get there eventually. In the meantime, we're gonna sit here and fucking mine rocks for what will probably be the rest of my life. Because who doesn't want to just swing a pickaxe at a rock? Turn big rocks into little rocks, right? So Necronium by the end of stream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we can make it to Necronium by the end of stream. For sure. We'll easily get to where we can mine Necronium, but I won't be mining and crafting with Necronium until we get to level 76, because that's our next breakpoint for the auto heat. Create Necronium items at max heat. Because with the strat that I use where I make the boots, if you can start them at max heat, then you don't have to reheat. And so we'll go all the way, we'll always work between those bonuses. So when we get to 76, we'll do the Necronium at max heat. And then when we get to whatever comes next for the next one. Yeah, 87 will be max heat for whatever comes after Necronium, and so we won't do that one until we get to 87. The whole max heat thing isn't necessarily the most important, but it does help speed things up a little bit. Maybe a separate bracket at 74. From there, you get an extra bar sometimes when smelting. That's interesting. So there is some stuff that I need to do, and you do get XP from smelting. I wonder if from 74 to 76 wouldn't be enough. Because I could just like do all of my mining of necronium and then smelt everything from 74, but I don't think that would give me the, couple 100,000 XP I would need to get to 76. So, no, we'll probably just stick with the extra heat thing. Because we'll still get those bars, right? Because we're going all the way to 76. So you get the extra bar before you get to the max heat, right? Yeah. Yeah, and if that happens every time, then we'll make sure and not smelt any of our necronium until we get to the point where we're ready to do the max heat stuff. So that we can get those extra bars. So we'll only smelt enough before then to get our pickaxe. Because as soon as we get to 70 smithing, I do want to make the necronium pickaxe. Because then, even though we'll be back here mining orichalcum and stuff, I do still want the higher tier pickaxe just to make that as fast as possible. I assume it helps. Something else I learned is that apparently strength also benefits your mining. Makes it faster or something. I was learning last night online. So I wish that I had a way to just train this. Oh, you'll feel the difference when you get the next pick. It'll help. Okay, good. Yeah, I haven't been noticing a huge change between pick tiers up to this point, but I did notice last night while you and I were talking, actually. This is Karst, right? William is Karst. But while I was talking last night, I did notice that specifically orichalcum really starts to feel like it takes a long time to level up mining. I feel like I've gotten so many more materials at this tier than I did at any of the other tiers. And I'm still not there yet, So I think this is kind of a big turning point. And that's what it takes, right? Your first couple, if something takes you 1 hour and then it takes you 2 hours and then it takes you 4 hours, you don't necessarily notice. And then maybe it takes you 8 hours and you're just not quite noticing. But then you get to that 16, then you get to that 32, and you start kind of looking back and you're like, holy shit, the next one is 64 hours. The one after that is 120 hours. So when you've got something that's growing exponentially like that, you kind of hit this point where you're like, oh, fuck. And now that we're at that oh, fuck point, I'm seeing kind of how much more we have to go, right? We're getting up to 70. And we've kind of hit that oh fuck point. But then we've got, the 10 more up to 80. And then we've got the 10 more up to 90. And then we've got the 10 more up to 100. And those are going to be, double, triple, quadruple oh fucks. So, yeah, I mean, there's going to come a time fairly quickly, probably between 90 and 100, where we might go an entire stream and only pass one level in mining. I'm not really prepared for that. I'm not really prepared for that at all. Yeah, the other thing I'm kind of worried about is am I going to run into a spot in the future where am I going to be able to actually gather the resources, or are there going to be enemies in the way? It's a common joke that 92 is half of 99. Not entirely accurate since XP rates go up, but it's close. Yeah, XP rates go up way less than XP requirements. For sure, Rock. For sure, for sure. Oh, so there's only one Necronium in a single area? You can't get the Rockertunity or whatever? That, or not Necronium, Bane. That sucks. It might be worth it to stick with Necronium if that's the case then. Because, like Rock is saying, the rates on how much XP you gain as you're gathering do go up, but it's not significant. Oh, okay, only one place. Well, that's fine. I don't mind mining in the same place. I'm pretty good at this, staring at the same little bit of the screen for hours and hours and hours at a time. It doesn't really bother me. Listen to the rhythmic clinking of the axe. It's soothing. Calms my hyperactive ass brain a little bit. Yeah, I can't even believe that 92 is only half of 99. That's crazy. So we're not even halfway there yet. Look, this is going to take longer than a week, isn't it? Son of a biscuit, dude. Then you need to go to 110 even, I know, right? Fuck me. Okay, well, we're going to stick to it anyway. Total XP required doubles every 7 levels. We're sticking to it anyway. We're going straight for the mining. And the smithing. I ain't no fucking quitter. These rocks are gonna learn today. Mess with the best, die like the rest. Anybody know what movie that's from? Nobody? Seriously? That makes me sad. It's from that old movie Hackers. If you've never seen the movie Hackers and you're into the whole subculture, especially the old school, like phone freak days of the hacker subculture, then watching Hackers is pretty hilarious. I'm sure it's not really accurate to how things were, but it's got like this punk rock phone freak aesthetic going on. It's a pretty hilarious movie. I mean, it's got Angelina Jolie in it, so it's not that long ago that it came out. Although it was definitely before she was super famous. It definitely wasn't a mainstream movie. I think the first time I saw it on like regular network television, like late night network television when I was younger. I've watched it a few times since then. Like, I might watch it again. What's up, Master of Light? How are you today? How goes life, the universe, and everything? Doing the Argus stuff on Lemix. You keep on using these words. I do not think what they mean what you think they mean. I don't know what Argus or Lemix or World of Warcraft. Ew. World of Warcraft is gross. That's another super popular MMO I've never played. I mean, World of Warcraft has almost outlived every MMO. Which I don't understand. I just don't get it. I mean, when I look at MMO games I played during that same sort of era, you know, I look back at the original Guild Wars. The original Guild Wars should be the most popular modern MMO. The original Guild Wars was the most pristinely wonderful bit of gaming I think I've ever experienced. But even on top of that, you had things like Final Fantasy XI. Final Fantasy XI was incredible just for some of their combat mechanics and the way that you could like combo with your allies and their whole macro system for making those combos possible. was insane. Honestly, I wish they would bring the city games. I've never played them because my internet was so bad back then. Oh, it was City of Heroes and City of Villains. Yeah, I never played those either. But there are just so many games from that era that I feel like were really pushing boundaries that the games that have sustained over time didn't really push those boundaries in the same way. And it kind of upsets me that the more homogenized and more simplistic games are the ones that have really stood the test of time. It makes me sad. Playing WoW since I was a senior in high school. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty close to about the same time in my life, was sometime in high school is when I started playing MMOs. But my very first MMO was Dark Age of Camelot. And so I didn't play WoW in the early days of WoW because I was playing DAOC. And then we sort of stopped playing MMOs. I graduated high school in 2005. Well, I would have graduated high school in 2005. But I never actually graduated. So I'm only a little bit older than you. But I was just busy doing that. And then we moved off to college. Checked out that new MMO, Winds of Change or something. Where Winds Meet? Winds of Change. Not my kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Where Winds Meet is... The thing that my older brother mentioned about it that would really turn me off is that he said you're really locked in. You don't really have any choices on skills and gearing. And those two things are just so important to me. I need to have options. I need to have deck building options. And a lot of modern MMOs are really starting to take that away. And even a lot of old MMOs, like I went back to Final Fantasy XIV for a while, years and years ago. But something that I'd noticed they'd been doing is they kept simplifying skill rotations. And Guild Wars 2 is also doing it, where they're simplifying gear choices, where there's not a lot of mixing and matching of gear. You kind of pick a path, and then you're just sort of all in on that path, right? And so a lot of MMOs are doing this recently, where there's very, very little ability to deck build and build your character out. And I can't stand that. And so he played for like one and a half days, and he was like, I kind of did all the things in the open world, and it was fun. And then I realized I was never going to get to make any real decisions about how my character played, and then all the fun went away. RuneScape does have so many options. You are absolutely right about that. And it's just going to make for a better combat system. I'm really excited. Over the next year, they're supposed to be making some additional changes to the combat system. And I am thrilled because I see so much potential in the fairly limited system that they have, right? Because all you've got is you've got ranged, you've got attack, you've got magic, and now you've got necromancy. So you don't have a ton of different types of combat. But within those things, if you have enough different skills, if you have enough different weapon types, right? You've got thrown weapons, you've got bows, you've got crossbows, you've got stuff like that. You've got lots of different types of magic. Is necromancy much simpler? See, I hope they don't go that way, because if they simplify it, it's going to kill it for me. What they should be doing is making it more complex with conditionals and with multi-classing. If you add it, because this is mostly a PvE game, right? There's a little bit of PvP that goes on in this game, but one of the great things about PvE games is you don't really have to balance things. You don't have to worry about, oh, well, if this class is too overpowered, everybody will play it. Because if I don't have to fight other people, then I get to experience the challenge of beating content with the build that I want. And a big part of that challenge can be creating builds that are super off meta and then trying to beat content in that way, or creating builds that subvert mechanics and stuff like that. And this is one of the things that was so good about the original Guild Wars, was there was this almost constant competition between the developer balancing team and the players in the original Guild Wars to break all of the builds and to just be able to do crazy, crazy shit like 55 monkeying and 4-person underworld runs or 4-person fissure runs, just all kinds of crazy shit like that. To be able to do content with a hugely minimal number of players that you weren't supposed to be able to do content with because of some of the builds that came out. And so that's like this huge thing that can be done with really complex PvE combat systems, because you open up this whole world of challenges that can be undertaken, and they don't have to be undertaken, but they leave the options open. And so your more casual players, your less skilled players, they'll do the OP thing, right? They'll go for the builds that are they'll go for the builds that are OP and they'll do those things. And then those of us who want to spend a lot of time deck building and, subverting things can do sort of the challenge mode of making these unique builds. Right, so Rock, I have been kind of noticing that. There just aren't a lot of skills, and there aren't a lot of skills that do different stuff. Right, like a lot of the skills are do a stun, or do a lot of damage, or do a bleed. So there's not a ton of variety in CC types. There's not a ton of variety in just combat mechanics in general. But that doesn't mean that those things can't be added. And the one thing, and I'm going to keep harping on this because it's super important to me, because I think it would be awesome. And this comes from my Dark Age of Camelot days. One thing that I would love to see is conditionals. Things that can only trigger when you're standing behind an enemy. Things that can only trigger when you're standing to the side of an enemy. Things that it can only trigger when an enemy is stunned. Things that can only trigger after you've blocked an attack. Things that can only trigger after, all these certain things. Because as soon as you start adding conditionals into things, then you can start having abilities that are much more powerful because they're restricted by these conditions. And so that makes being aware of the situation and operating within those mechanics and optimizing those mechanics can make for really unique and powerful builds. And so I'd really love to see, you know, just something like that. I understand that movement is a little complicated in this game. Because the tick system makes it so that you don't always move right away, and some stuff like that. But the problem is that stuff like positionals don't really work since the game as a whole is designed for solo. So the boss will just turn to you, only use on stun targets, does exist though. You should already have one. Oh, okay, I didn't know that there was a only used on stun targets. That's cool. So yeah, I'm really excited about the survival game Master of Light. Absolutely. For sure, for sure. Really excited about the survival game. I'm a big survival fan in general, right? My name is Survival Hermit because I like to play survival games. And because I'm a hermit. So, and just based on my experience with this game so far, just checked, Slice does subpar damage normally, but 40% more if target is stunned or bound. Okay, cool, cool. Cool, cool. Slice. Oh, here it is. So I've got a stun in here, right? Yeah, there we go. But it's only for 1.2 seconds. So I guess that can trigger. I need to get some longer stuns. I think I have some, like this kick is longer. No, it's not. Because 1.2 seconds isn't really a lot. I mean, it's enough for me to get my next skill off. But it's not... Whoops. Not a ton. Oh, the global cooldown is 1.8 seconds? Oh, that's hilarious. I thought it was just 1 second. Well, fuck me, I guess. Yeah, that red person looks cool. Dun dun diggy dun dun diggy dun dun diggy da dun diggy dun dun diggy dun dun diggy dun dun diggy da dun. Nothing is 1 second. Everything is multiples of 0.6. Oh, that is interesting to know. That is really interesting to know. Is that the tick timer is 0.6 seconds? Assuming the server isn't struggling. Yes. Okay. Cool. 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 Yeah, that really helps the math. Really helps simplify the math because you can kind of see, you know, how many ticks in between things and stuff. I'm sure that'll become important in high tier bossing later, knowing, how many ticks you have to move before you need to be triggering attacks and stuff like that. To maintain uptimes. That's pretty dope. I'm a super big hawk on conditionals. I think that they add a really, really interesting layer to deck building, and they make it so that it's easier to have a much larger variety of skills available to your players. Because as soon as you put conditionals into a game, you can just kind of replicate all the abilities that you already have with these conditionals. And there's lots of stuff that you can do with conditionals that maybe you can't do with standard skills, because you don't want to make skills that make other skills obsolete, right? So if all you have is skills that just do damage or that just do bleeds, especially if those bleeds can't stack on each other, which I don't know if that's true. Actually, I don't think it's true. I think they can stack in this game. But if you have situations where all you have is just damages and stuff like that, then the math becomes too simple, because you just look at the damage numbers and look at the cooldown timers, and you can just know, like, okay, this is the optimum rotation, and it's super duper simple. But as soon as you start throwing conditionals and conditions, like poisons, sleeps, bleeds, weakens, enrages, all these different, temporary buffs, temporary debuffs, conditional attack activities or actions, stuff like that, you just multiply the complexity. And it just makes for such a more interesting deck building experience. And it doesn't necessarily increase the complexity of actually fighting the combat. The primary function of that is to increase the complexity of building your character. Because once you get your rotation down, doing any rotation is the same as doing any other rotation, right? You know when things come off of cooldowns, you know what order you're hitting the buttons in, and you know when things are going to be coming off of cooldowns and when you maybe need to save something so that you're only activating, X skill before Y skill. And so as soon as you know all that and you have it all worked out and you've practiced it a few times, then those rotations aren't any different than any rotation you've done in the past. So it's front-loading a lot more complexity, which I think is really fun. Because maybe it's because, or maybe it's why I like survival games, but I really like preparation. I like going through my character, and I like looking at my skills, and I like, setting up my stats and my skill points and different things like that. I like looking at my gear. It's why I really like ARPGs. I like going through my gear and optimizing my gear for whatever build I'm trying to make. I don't necessarily care about making the best build possible. Most of what I care about doing is making the best build for the type of build I want to play. So, like, for example, people are talking about, well, you should use 2 weapons instead of a sword and shield. And that's all well and good, but I want to use a shield. So I'm not looking to make the best melee build. I'm looking to make the best sword shield build. And the more variety and the more complexity there is, the more different builds there are to optimize. And so the more there is to explore and discover, within the deck building aspect of the game. And that's not for everybody, right? Some people are going to go look at a build guide, and they're going to build the build that the build guide says, and they're going to learn the rotation, and they just want to go play the actual playing part of the game, and that's fine. If deck building isn't your thing, if, you know, getting down into some of the math and stuff isn't your thing, then there's no reason that should be forced on you. In fact, Guild Wars, the original Guild Wars, had a great solution to this too. You could just share builds in the game. Specifically like skill and stat allocations, because the gearing in the original Guild Wars was actually pretty simple. But skill and stat allocations were quite a bit more complex. And you could just copy-paste them, like, right into the fucking chat. And people could just, boop, download it. And then, bambo, I've got your build now. So there was none of this, you know, going to YouTube and watching a 10-minute video and all this other garbage. It was just, bambo, here's the build. Don't have to go in and do the stat allocations yourself or anything. It just fucking copies it in there like a preset. And so I think that's fine, right? You want to have different types of players. And so this is something I've been talking about a lot for MMOs as well, is the more different types of players you can include in your game, the more social your game is going to be, by virtue of the fact that those different types of players have to interact with each other if they want access to everything that's available in the game without having to do the types of content that they don't necessarily like. So, for example, in a system like that, where you have lots of interesting builds, but you have players who just want to take their build out into the world and go murder shit, you have set up a system that requires social interactions between those two groups. Because if I want to get a good build, and I don't want to have to go through the effort of doing all the math to do it, then I have to talk to somebody who has a good build and get them to send it to me so that I can get it. I think one thing I like RS and 14 better than WoW is you only need one character to learn all this stuff. I only think that's important personally, Master of Light. So here's where the difference of 14 and RuneScape and WoW come into play. Your WoW membership is your whole account, right? All of your characters fall under your WoW membership. And your RuneScape and your Final Fantasy 14 memberships are just for your character. So if you were going to make another character to try one of the other classes, then you wouldn't be able to do that unless you paid another subscription. So the only reason that I ever think that one of those systems is better than the other is if you have multi-classing, like a really robust multi-classing system in the game. Because ultimately, it also means you don't have to redo one-off content. So that's true. But a lot of times, that means that there's a significantly greater grind to those secondary and third and fourth classes, right? Because there's a very fast acceleration of your growth in a class based on following the main story quests, right? Especially, not necessarily so much in RuneScape, I don't think, but in games like Final Fantasy, for example, the main story quest line just takes you through the levels. You just level up. And so then when you start doing other classes, you start having to go and like grind levels on mobs. And so it ultimately ends up taking longer. So yeah, you get to do that grind instead of doing those quests. But I don't necessarily think that grinding mobs for XP is somehow superior to to redoing those quest lines. It's still a grind, right? You're still going through all those levels. So I think it's just kind of a personal preference, right? Do I want to grind for my extra stuff? And it's nice that there are class-specific quest lines in like Final Fantasy XIV. That's cool. But that's not a function of um, that's not a function of the fact that you can get every class on one character, right? You could still have class quest lines. And in fact, they do have maybe not class quest lines, but they have race quest lines, like in Guild Wars 2. And in that game, right, your character can only be like one thing, I think. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a while since I played Guild Wars 2. So, you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility for those things to cross over. So those aren't special aspects of that. Not by a huge amount, at least in 14, you get double levels a day just from doing dailies, which is a whole other can of worms. Daily dungeon. Yeah, so, and I mean, I get that, but they're doing that because if they didn't, the grind would just be ridiculous because you're not following the MSQ. So I mean, and this is just my personal opinion, I don't think either of those two systems is necessarily better than the other one because they ultimately serve the same function, which is to allow you access to all of the different classes in the game, just in two pretty slightly different ways. So I don't think necessarily that one is better than the other. The only reason that I would say that having a character that can do everything is better is, like I said, if you had a really robust multi-classing system. So, you know, you have your disparate classes, and this was a big deal in the original Guild Wars, is it had an extremely robust multi-classing system because you didn't multi-class by taking you didn't multi-class by being a warrior slash ranger. And then that was your only class, and there were special, like, warrior ranger skills. You multi-classed by, you know, picking a primary class, and then picking a full secondary class, and then marrying those two classes together. And so you ultimately gained access to everything available in both of those classes. And the only restriction you had is how you wanted to allocate your proficiencies in each of those classes for your multi-class. And so you ended up with an almost infinite combination of possible skills and builds throughout that game. And every time they added a new class to the game, it multiplied again the number of combinations you had. When they add a new class to Final Fantasy XIV, for example, they're not adding a ton of complexity to any of the existing classes because those classes don't get to, like, mix with the new class. It just is a new class. It's going to have some new mechanics, and it'll be fun. But those mechanics don't in any way interact with the mechanics that exist in existing character classes. And so it feels kind of meh, at least in my opinion. I really love multi-classing. I really love having the ability to, and it drives, again, it's that deck building thing. It drives diversity. Because as soon as I have access, if I could use my range and magic abilities alongside my melee, then the number of builds available in RuneScape go from, say, 3 per combat style. So we'll say 12 because there's 4 combat styles. So it goes from 12 possible builds to like 100 as soon as you can start multi-classing. And that's crazy. And so that's where I hope that those combat changes are going to go in the future. I don't know, right? I have no insight into what their plans are, because all I did was watch that one little video that they put out saying, hey, we're going to be bringing some stuff into line with Necromancer, but I don't really know what that means, because I've never played Necromancer. But I hope it means complexity. I hope it doesn't mean homogenizing and simplifying. Because combat in this game, or at least the deck building aspects of combat in this game, are already fairly simple. So if you homogenize and simplify it anymore, then there just aren't going to be any decisions to make anymore, and that'll be sad. But we shall see. If you want to know how it used to be, you can go to Legacy mode. But that's just Legacy control scheme, right? Necro has less buttons, but a little more going on with them. They get 2 additional resources to use with short cooldown abilities to generate them, then others to spend them. They might be adding style-specific resources like that to the others, is my guess. Right, but the legacy combat is just about how you control your combat, right? It's not about how you build your character. It's like a full manual system, yeah. Gameplay, combat mode, legacy, simplified combat, removing abilities. Oh. Removing abilities and closer to old school combat, only melee special attacks are available. Got it. That's ass. Yeah, so that was one of the things that I did learn about OSRS, is that they don't really have abilities. And is primarily one of the reasons that I'm likely not going to make the switch to OSRS. Because I fucking love the idea of this combat system. This is my favorite thing about this game. This auto combat bar right here. These 14 skills represent probably the coolest aspect of this game to me. Well, all of those people are stupid. Because this is fucking baller. This is... I mean, I can't even get over how awesome it is to be able to tweak and set an auto rotation for my build, and then have a bunch of incidental stuff down here that I may or may not need to use in certain situations. It makes me so much more versatile. It makes me so much more reactive. It gives you the ability to put more reactive skills in place, because you can automate away some of the actions per minute that would normally be wasted. Because this isn't gameplay, right? Hitting this rotation over and over and over again isn't gameplay. Especially in PvE, because there's no reactivity involved in it, right? It's the same series of buttons over and over and over again in the same cadence. And you're just looking at this bar. But when I can automate away this primary rotation and instead look up here at the rest of my screen and look at what the boss is doing and look at my health bar and manage my resources right here looking at the middle of the screen, and then just hit these few incidental buttons that are there to heal me or save me if I'm about to die or whatever, the whole gameplay arc becomes way more reactive. The actions per minute go down because I'm automating away all of this. And so I'm ultimately hitting fewer buttons within the fight, but the buttons I'm hitting are having a bigger impact because they're reactive to what the boss is doing. And they feel more epic because of that. So this is phenomenal. And like I said, because they're planning on making additional changes to combat, I'm really excited to see them lean on this system a little more. Hopefully, like I said, they might not. They might simplify the system, but I'd like to see them lean on this system more. That honestly does sound like you'd prefer OSRS. It takes longer to get there, but that's how in-game combat works, whereas in RS3 you eventually be nearly required to learn manual rotations. I mean, you've been to the end game and I haven't, so I mean, I should probably believe you, but I refuse to believe that that's true. I refuse to believe that there's no way to leverage this auto system in endgame until I've gotten there and seen it for myself. That sounds crazy to me. But also, one of the things that this system is important to me for is that it does require preparation, right? It does require me to look at these skills and set them up in the order that I want. And that's important for me, and that's something that OSRS doesn't have, right? I want to make the decisions as to what is in this bar. And if I can't do that in OSRS, then that's a no-go for me. Rotations get too long and complex. Revo can't get decent damage later on. We'll see. You'll be able to clear bosses technically, but with drop rates well below 1%, the DPS loss from inefficient rotations becomes a problem. Oh, see. That's never been my issue. And that's a DPS focused. I don't play DPS. I'm a tank. I'm really used to taking a long time to kill stuff. So I understand that, you know, if you have a 1% drop rate, you have to kill the boss 100 times. And if you can kill the boss 100 times in an hour, instead of 100 times in 2 hours, technically you get twice the drops. But that's not a focus of gameplay for me. If it takes me 2 hours to get the item I want, but I had twice as much fun than I would have had if it took me 1 hour to get the drop, then that's worth, right? Playing the game is what I'm here to do. And trying to maximize my DPS isn't really my focus. Trying to maximize my build is my focus. Whatever build I choose to run. So if that's where people look into, like, I have to play manual because if I don't play manual, it takes me 30% longer to kill this boss, and so there's no point in using the auto, then I'll use the auto because I don't give a shit. Especially because I will play more time than most other players. So, you know, if I'm playing twice as much as the average player, but it's taking me 30% as long to kill the boss, I'm still getting more drops than everybody else. And if I'm also having more fun during the time that I'm playing than I would if I was playing some optimum DPS output, then, you know, I'm having more fun for a longer period of time, getting more drops than the average person. I mean, that's a win-win-win. Was a streamer who has most boss kills, but he passed away. Well, and if that's the way you want to play, that's great. Sir Tony Ray. If your idea of fun is run in there and kill the boss as many times as possible in as little time as possible, then 100% play manual. Do that. Make that happen. That's all you. But I can't play that way. I have to like stop in between every boss kill and like look at what my loot was, and I've got to like sort through all my loot after every boss kill. And I like to stop and chat. Like if I was doing some runs with another player, I'd like want to stop and talk about the fight. And you know, I don't just go in. I don't like do the boss. Okay, immediately do the boss again. Okay, immediately do the boss again. Like that's not fun for me. It's a bit more complicated than that because of resource use. Longer kill times also mean more food used per hour. More food used per kill, so you'll be spending a lot more time restocking. Runescape unfortunately punishes inefficient damage pretty hard. So that would be true if your reduction in kill time didn't also come with an increase in defenses. Right? If you're not focused on doing the most damage, then you can focus more on defensive stats. And so if you're glass cannoning it and you're doing an inefficient rotation, then yeah, you eat more food. But if you're doing an inefficient damage build that has more defensive stats and is designed to extend the fight, then you'll use less of those resources over the course of a longer period of time. And that's what I'll do. He would stream it. It was more of a group thing with the stream. I mean, but he was still being like super efficient and stuff about it. The increased defenses don't nearly match up to the benefits of faster kills, unfortunately. Defense stacks are shockingly little. I mean, we've got a lot of really cool defensive skills. I mean, even just the few skills that I have so far look like they're going to do a really good job of helping me defend. A lot of these shield skills are crazy good. Especially for like healing and stuff. I don't have it yet, but there's a shield skill coming up that I'm really excited to get. Where is it at? This one? Resonance? Yeah, heal for 50 to 100% damage blocked based on the level of the shield active. That's fucking crazy. Every 30 seconds? I mean, that's massive for extending the fight and using less resources. And because my rotation's focus will be on extending the fight and keeping me healthy, this skill will go before all of my damage skills in my auto rotation to make sure that every 30 seconds this skill is going off. It's just a question of what you're focusing on. And my focus will be on defenses and healing with damage secondary, as opposed to focusing on DPS. And again, I haven't been to the end game. I don't know what the numbers are. But I have to believe that over the course of 20-something years, that the team hasn't just completely failed to balance their abilities. Like that doesn't seem reasonable to me to assume. They don't even have that many abilities in the game. Surely they're balanced. Otherwise, what have they been doing? Defense abilities do, yes, but the actual stats from defensive gear and the like is basically nothing. People go full offense and still use stuff like resonance by switching to a shield at the right moment or casting bone shield. Defensive abilities aren't a use when available thing. They're needed for specific mechanics. I mean, we'll see when we get there. I know what my plan is. The plan will inevitably change because obviously the plan is based on my experience with other MMO games and not my experience with this game. And while this game is similar in a lot of ways, it's going to have its unique quirks. So we will modify the plan as we come up against barriers. But for now, the plan is to play strictly Sword and Shield and complete all of the content in that way. And to not play full manual, because I think this autocast system is dope. In fact, one of my goals in this game will probably be to attempt to beat every boss without casting any skills. That may have to get modified to only casting movement skills, like Surge and the roll ability. But I definitely want to try and get to a point where I can just auto attack, right? Just use my 14 auto skills to defeat as many bosses as possible. Because that would be hella dope. I think that's a good goal. I definitely think we're going to aim for that. Definitely impossible. Even some early bosses will one-shot you if you don't time defenses properly. We shall see. Gonna go get some more of that Dracula lore. Hell, there's a boss from 2006 that can hit. Minus 8,000 requires constant / semi-random actions to block each attack. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never played any of the bosses. I have no basis for agreeing or disagreeing with that statement. And until we get there and give it a try, we won't know. But I'm gonna try. Maybe it's gonna make me lose my hardcore status. But that's okay. Oh my goodness, we haven't even passed 2 levels yet. Oh my god. Hey, better rockertunities though. Hell yeah. Just got 1 craft. Yo, this is killing me. This is gonna take so long. I so underestimated the amount of XP required to max out a fucking skill. This game is gonna ruin my life. I'm supposed to go to my mom's for fucking Thanksgiving. But I can tell you right now, if I don't have 99 in these by the time Thanksgiving comes around, I'm not gonna be able to go. About 80% of the way through the last herblore level. Only 2 mil XP to go. I don't even have 2 mil XP in this. This is gross. This is so fucking gross. I don't even have 2 mil XP, period. What did y'all let me get myself into playing this game? Why didn't everybody come in here and be like, hey, run away while you still can? Y'all are the worst. Letting me play some shit like this. And most of y'all have been playing for like 20 years. You even know. You even understand the depravity that this game is going to drive me to. And you just sat by and watched that shit happen. Terrible people. $48K lamps around level 60 agility course. Hey, there you go. Gonna have to go get those lamps. Throw me the lamp. Oh, laps, not lamps. It takes 48,000 laps. Hey, at least you don't have to farm a 1 to 3k drop that's mandatory to kill specific bosses. Could be worse. A 1 out of 3k. Yeah, Squee, what's up, Riz? Gyat. How are you? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. How are you enjoying your time in RuneScape? Who that is there? Soulful Mind. I like the glowy. I do like me some glowy stuff. Aw, privacy mode. Wuss. Fucking wuss. Alt 1 toolkit? Nah. I like to play my games. I think that's probably the saddest thing I've ever heard. Is people using an overlay to help them skip the puzzle part of the clue system. I weep. Why wouldn't you want to solve the puzzles? It's like buying a crossword that's already filled in. You try doing 180-step slide puzzles in a day and avoid going insane. I mean, the problem is that mentality is entirely about reward per time. And I think that the reward per time mentality is really, really ruining people's enjoyment of MMORPGs. And I get it, right? Optimizing your reward per time is really fun. But it makes you do things like try and do a bunch of clues. And then what's the most optimum way to do the clue? Get an overlay that tells you what the answer is. I mean, it's... Oh, when you say slide puzzles, do you mean like the one that you do with Violet, where you slide her ass around on the ice and like crash into things? I love those puzzles. That's so much fun. I mean, the one with Violet frustrated the shit out of me. The one with Violet, no, scrambled picture, slide the pieces around to fix it. Oh, that's fun too. That's fun too. You mean where it's got like, it's a square and it's got 9 little squares inside and there's one empty space? And you gotta slide the pieces around to... That's hella fun. I mean, obviously, there comes a time when they're not fun anymore. But that's when you just do something else. Just do something else. Hey, that's our second level in mining of the day. Only got to get 70,000 more XP, no big deal. Holy shiznit. Holy shiznit. I'm gonna be here all day. I'm getting 40 XP a swing right now. I gotta get 70k. What are we up to here? Not even halfway through this box yet. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. You shake my nerves and you rattle my brains. Kind of love drives a man insane. You stole my will, but what a thrill. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I'm so happy about this shield cosmetic. It's not like super shiny or anything, but I like this. It's a cool shield. And I like this thing too. It's pretty dope. I'm very excited about earnable cosmetics in this game. Very excited about earnable cosmetics. I think that's one of the things that probably has the most value in a game, in any MMO game, if I'm being perfectly honest. Even though I personally am not particularly obsessed with cosmetics, giving people cosmetics to go grind for, even in a game as grindy as this game, you're gonna get players who get maxed out, who have multiple maxed characters, who, even if they're not all the way maxed out, have accomplished all of the goals that they're trying to accomplish in regards to progressing their character. And things are going to start to come down to, what is there left for me to do? And one of the best ways to flex on other people is what you're wearing cosmetically. And so attaching, and they do this, right? They've got capes and stuff for massive achievements. They've got tons of stuff like that. I think, honestly, RuneScape does a great job of having good flex cosmetics. But that's something I'm actually pretty excited about in the end game of this game, is to go after some of those flex cosmetics. I need to find out if there are any flex cosmetics that can be accessed and grinded for at an earlier level. So you've got things like the 99 all stat cape and stuff like that. But I wonder if there's maybe like a lower mid-tier boss or, a lower mid-tier region that you can grind really hard for a really long time that maybe has a cosmetic that's got a really low drop rate that a lot of people don't necessarily have because the grind is just super, super long. And eventually, you kind of get past that point. You don't want to go back and grind trash mobs that aren't at your level anymore. And so just maybe a bunch of people don't have that cosmetic because it's kind of a low tier grind. Would be super fun to maybe go and do. Get myself a nice... The Castle War capes are rare these days. Okay, what's that? Because no one plays minigames? Okay. See, that's exciting. That's what I'm talking about. That's something I can do at a lower mid-tier, then it might be worth to go make that happen. Get myself a cool little flex cape. That would also probably be a cool way to get new players involved. If you made something that was like super cool that required you to kill a bunch of those cockroaches in that first dungeon down in whatchamacallit, Lumbridge, right? You go down and there's just these really shitty, easy to kill cockroaches. Or there's this thing. Actually, this is definitely where it should be. If you had a cool cape that you could get down here in the Calphite Nursery, because breaking open those dung beetle things is a great way, to get a lot of resources. So there's some real value as a fairly new player to just going down there and massacring those Calphites. And so if there was a super, super low drop chance cosmetic down there, I got both of these cosmetics there, and they were really high drop chances. I got them fairly quickly. But something with, like, a mascot. She wears that face mask when you first encounter her in Draenor. So you know, if you could get like that face mask also in addition to these, and maybe the drop rate was just super, super crazy, then you would give new players who have gotten to that point in the story this really good reason to take a break there and just grind the shit out of those cow fights, build up a really nice like stockpile of some really good resources that they can use, you know, for their crafting and fletching and lots of really good for their herb lore, right? They'd get a bunch of flasks and stuff down there because you get water flasks, right? That would be huge for amassing things that they probably haven't really started interacting with yet and haven't even realized that they're going to need. And then they'll start doing those things later and they'll be like, oh, I've got fucking 10,000 feathers. That's awesome. Let me make a shit ton of arrows for fletching. Or, oh, I've got all these cut gems. That's awesome. Let me, you know, go craft some freaking necklaces or something. And then just bammo, like you've got them hooked, moving into some other skilling and stuff like that. And all you had to do that was just make a really rare, cool cosmetic that you could get access to by grinding out that calphite nest. Would be super dope. It's a penguin. They disappeared, leaving a casket behind. Wait, where? He was right here. What happened? Okay, he literally disappeared right here. It said he leaves a casket behind. Where's my freaking casket? I'm not happy, Bob. Not happy. Do you know why I'm unhappy? The area task rewards are really good. What's an area task reward? Oh, is this what it was? Do I follow these runes? Okay, well, I don't know what just happened, but whatever. Oh, it's in my fucking inventory. Wow, I'm dumb. Open up my adventure guide. Okay. What am I looking at? Now go to achievements. Oh, you're talking about these rewards. Yeah, these rewards are super cool. Yeah, I read up on some of these the other day. Yeah, no, that shit's totally dope. I don't really understand. Um, oh, because I've never clicked that before. That's why I didn't understand. Okay, okay. I see now. I see now. Yeah, no, you're definitely right. This is a great little something to do. For show. But it's time to open up my casket. Bonus XP star medium. Current reward value 47,000 coins. Trail complete. You will gain one reroll while completing 3 treasure trails. Rerolls are tier dependent. You must do 3 easy clues to get a reroll. You can save up to a maximum of 3 rerolls. With the Globetrotter outfit, you can save up to a maximum of 5 rerolls instead. New collection log entry bonus XP star medium. This star can be drained of energy to give you bonus XP. So did I just get these resources? Because I didn't get 47,000 coins. I don't understand how this works. Oh, there we go. I gotta close it first. Yeah, that's kind of nice. That's a lot of runes. 300 water runes, 300 mind runes. How much XP does this give me? And what do we want to put it on? If I'm being honest, I think I want to put it on prayer. Because I'm having a hard time leveling up prayer. I think that's an important one. I don't know. We'll hang on to that for a little while. Not something we have to decide on right this very moment. That was super cool. Random penguin just goes running across my fucking screen. Use bones or chaos altar for more prayer. Yeah, thanks, Jenkins. I appreciate that. So I do know that you can bury the bones. I haven't been looking into chaos altars. That's interesting. I didn't know that you could get prayer from those. I will look into that. But I just think that prayer is a super important stat. And so the faster I can get it leveled up, I think the better off I'll be. Could build your own altar. Ooh, I can build my own altar? Can I create an altar to a mad god? Because I got to admit, if I'm going to pray to something, I want to pray to something purely chaotic. Oop, I had myself muted. Jenkins, how are you? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you enjoying your time in RuneScape? I don't know if you can enter other people's homes. You can enter friends' homes. I have seen that option when I go to enter my own home. Doing good. Good to hear. Good to hear. How long have you been playing RuneScape for? Are you new like me, or are you an OG like pretty much everybody else in this chat? 20 years, yep. All you motherfuckers that have been playing for decades. Here's my newbie ass. I swing pick at rock. I'm good at this game. We live vicariously through the new guys. I guess that's fair. I guess that's it's probably rough when you no longer get to see the world with the same wonder that the new players do. Everything's so fresh and new and exciting to me. And here we are being super fucking boring, just whacking rocks. Although honestly, and I'm pretty shocked by this, my time spent just whacking rocks is actually maintaining one of the higher levels of concurrent viewership that I've had playing this game. Instead of like questing and stuff. I think I'm starting to realize that the things that are really interesting about this game to me, years ago the ore would deplete. And I'd have to like go find another ore location. Fuck that. I'm glad they chose to do this. Ooh, I got a sealed clue. A clue. Oh, hop worlds, okay. Yeah, well that explains why they made it stop, because just hopping worlds is kind of silly. So that was definitely a good change. Because that's just a meaningless waste of time to have to jump worlds and end up in the exact same location doing the exact same thing. I mean, you definitely don't want that. Good change. Good job, Jagex. But I'm kind of starting to realize that things are super exciting about this game to me, like the quests and stuff, are actually the most aggravating parts of the game to a lot of people who've been playing for a long time, because they've done them all so many times, there's nothing really new and exciting about them. I'm sure in the future when we get new quests and stuff, that'll be different, but I had to hop worlds at the beginning of the year to get the Imcondo pickaxe. What is an Imcondo pickaxe? Am I gonna get an Imcondo pickaxe? Taga's core hammer. Is it a type of... It's level 60. I'm level 60. Go to my mining guide. This is the mining guild. Go to your mining guild. Level 80, okay. Whew. Thought I missed it. Imkando, there it is. I wish that there was a way to look at the requirements for this. Like, there's no button I can press to look at the recipe or whatever. Or how to get it. Yeah, apparently. I'm gonna have to start using it. The Imcount, I'm gonna be there. I'm level 69, bruh. I'll be level 70 mining in no time. Or level 80 mining in no time. Need Arch too? Oh, well, let's see. / wiki Imkando. I was going to avoid using the wiki, but if I can't even see what the recipes and stuff are. It being the pickaxe, those special tools aren't actually significantly better than the smithable ones until you've got invention set up. Okay, so that should be my next thing then. Right? So I'm going to need smithing, crafting, and divination. Because if invention is going to be important for making good items, then I won't it. Imkando pickaxe. Alright, the Imkando pickaxe is a gilded dragon dragon pickaxe combined with the 4 Imkando pickaxe fragments obtained from the geyser random event in the lava flow mine after completing the Birthright of the Dwarves quest. To combine them, the player must bring all 4 fragments to a gilded dragon pickaxe, 1,000,000 coins, and a red berry pie to Thurgo. A normal dragon pickaxe cannot be used. The Imkando pickaxe requires level 80 mining to mine with. A gilded dragon pickaxe that is stored on the tool belt can be used to create the Imkando pickaxe. But doing so will remove the stored pickaxe from the tool belt, and an iron pickaxe will automatically take its place. The Imkando pickaxe has the same bonuses as the Bane pickaxe plus 4, but it can be augmented using the augmenter to make an augmented Imkando pickaxe. The Imkando pickaxe, or the augmented variant, can be combined with the crystal pickaxe and a blast fusion hammer at a dragonkin anvil to make pickaxe of earth and song. The Imkando pickaxe cannot be reverted to a dragon pickaxe by any straightforward means, but it can be used in place of a dragon pickaxe for the creation of a crystal pickaxe. If the player asks Lady Ethel to revert their crystal pickaxe, it will be changed back into a standard, non-gilded dragon pickaxe. As usual, the 4,000 harmonic dust required for creating the crystal pickaxe will not be refunded. If the player decides to have Nastroth reset their defense level to 1, the Birthright of the Dwarves quest will be reset, and the Imkando pickaxe will revert back into a dragon pickaxe. When killed in the wilderness and holding it in the inventory or wielding it, on drop it will remain as an Imkando pickaxe and not revert to gold or any other item. The best method to farm Imkando pickaxe fragments is hopping worlds for the lava geysers. On average, it will take 10 to 20 minutes to collect all 4 fragments. Well, that's exciting. We gonna get that. We gonna get that today. Not today, obviously. I'm not level 80. I don't even have a dragon pickaxe, much less a gilded dragon pickaxe. But at some point, we're getting that. So the next thing, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna stop leveling up my my attack stuff, and I'm probably gonna not be doing quests for a while, except for maybe ones that I absolutely need to do. Because I think on top of smithing being a really good skill, I think probably invention is going to be a really important one too. So we're probably going to get, the crafting and divination up to level 80 after I max out these others, so that we can really have ourselves a good time. Just for the sake of the Incomdo pickaxe, can you read this out loud for me? Will the person in the white Ford Fiesta parked in the fire lane please come to the front of the store? Thank you. Why did I read that? Please tell me that there's like a grocery store or something out there in the world that just heard me read that. Thank you. Thank you. I also have a radio face, which is why there's no camera. You gotta work with what you got, right? What's better, this or old school RuneScape? Obrixie, I've never played old school RuneScape, really. So I couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. I'm really enjoying RS3, and I will say that I think the most significant difference between RS3 and OSRS was the evolution of combat based on just what I've heard and what I've experienced personally. And that evolution of combat is where you get all these skills and you get this like auto cast bar here, as well as your manual cast bars. You can have quite a few manual cast bars. So probably the most significant difference is the deck building aspect of building your character in RS3. So if you want to math out skill rotations and build up your character's skills and fight using a skill-based system instead of a non-skill-based system, then RS3 is probably where you want to go. But if instead you want to do a lot of skilling, you want to have a little bit of a slower grind, and you want to have a little more of a simplified combat system, and simplified character building system, then old school RuneScape is probably where you want to go. For me, because you have the deck building aspect, this is probably where I'm going to be sticking, because I like the deck building aspect. That's a good explanation, to be honest. Thank you. Jenkins, thanks for the follow over on the Twitch. I really appreciate that. And Obrixie, thanks for the follow also. Welcome, welcome. Man, we're having a heck of a day today. This is great. Love talking to all the new folks. How long have you been playing RuneScape, Obrixie? That definitely was a good explanation. The new skills seem a lot, but was debating whether to just get into it and stick through. I'm used to playing old school, but I played when I was going to having a... Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that's really cool about RuneScape that I didn't know when I first started playing um, is that if you buy a membership on an account, or if you have an account on one game, then you have accounts on both games. Because your character can just be made on both games. So I have a membership to RuneScape 3, but it also means that I have a membership on old school RuneScape. So there's no real harm if you're enjoying, or if you enjoyed old school RuneScape and you want to try RuneScape 3, there's no real harm in just kind of migrating over on that same account and giving it a shot. And then if you don't like it, you're still on that same account. So even if you like, purchased a membership or something to really get the full RS3 experience, you're not losing that membership when you go back to old school RuneScape because it's on that same account. Most of the new skills are decently simple. Honestly, it's really just invention that's a mess. So necromancy I love. If they managed to put a new spell book for necromancy, it'd be cool. In old school. Yeah, I don't really know what their policy is on new skills and stuff in old school. You are getting sailing in old school RuneScape soon, aren't you? Isn't that something they're adding? I mean, you've got thralls. That's about as much as would be different for Necro in OS. Yeah, Jenk and I came back to RS3 because of necromancy. I think the coolest thing to me about necromancy is that it wasn't just a skill ad. Right? There's like this whole storyline, this whole underworld thing that sort of was all added with it. And I think that's super dope. I don't know if that's been the case with a lot of previous skills as well. But just going down there and taking a look at kind of what's going on with the underworld and the fact that they have this sort of whole other mechanic for leveling up that system is super cool to me. I like it a lot. Only thing I feel like this game fails out is the economy. Skills have the perfect blueprint, but failure with its final end. One of these days, I'll be able to actually be involved in these conversations. I'm sorry, y'all kind of have to talk amongst yourselves when you're talking about some of this higher, like, endgame kind of stuff. I don't have a lot of basis for reference and knowledge, so I don't really have a good 2 cents to put in there, but I love watching those conversations. So don't feel bad about leaving me out of the conversation if y'all want to talk about some more endgame related things. It'll also give me information that I myself will be able to use in the future. So what I mean by that is if I wanted to beat Blacksmith on RS3, there isn't actually anything to do. Once it's 99, same Blacksmith be cool. If they put a mini game which changes the result of each weapon smithed. So, Obrixie, you've actually touched on something there that is something I have been harping on for like a year on my stream. And that is that gathering and crafting systems in MMORPG games are basically their minimum viable product. While I enjoy doing this, right, sitting around out here, clicking all the rocks and gathering up the resources and stuff, this is about as simple as a gathering system can get. And so something I would like to see is just like you were talking about, some sort of a mini game. But I don't even necessarily want it to be a mini game, because I see what's happening here right now as a mini game, right? These little particles that come up for these rock opportunities is the mini game to smithing. This stamina bar, sorry, not smithing, mining. The stamina bar is like the mini game to mining. And so you're managing this, and it's causing you to have to like sort of pay attention and be present to get the most out of your mining experience. And the same is kind of true of the mini game with smithing, where you have to manage the heat and all that stuff. Right? It's trying to keep you present and in the moment and playing the game to get the most out of your smithing time. But personally, what I would like to see is how many of you all have played Slay the Spire? Or really any roguelite like Slay the Spire. Because I think that for crafting a roguelite game is actually the best way to go about creating a really unique, really interactive, and really dynamic crafting system. Because ultimately, when you think about crafting, and I think smithing is a really good example of this, you're making a lot of small decisions. Right, Obrixie. You and me are on the same fucking wavelength here. So, Slay the Spire. You have multiple paths to get up to the top of the tower. And each little encounter that you do, whether it be a combat encounter or, you know, the little merchant dude that you can talk to or whatever, every encounter that you could do is a decision point. So on top of the type of encounter, like combat encounter, it would also tell you what completing that encounter will do to your item, like adding a little bit of attack speed or adding a little bit of base damage or whatever. So you're going to choose when you first make the item, I'm going to make a longsword. And then I'm going to go through you're going to go through and you're going to make those little small decisions to make the item that you want. The problem with doing that in an MMO specifically is that most of the player base will act like anything less than an optimal outcome is worthless. It'll lead to more frustration than it's worth. So I don't think that's true, and I'll explain to you why. Sorry, I had to sit up. This is like the hill that I'm fucking dying on. And I have been dying on it for a while. But the reason I don't think that that would be the case is because right now, it doesn't take any time to craft things in most MMOs. There's a little time investment here in this game. But even in this game, crafting things is fairly quick, straightforward, and uneventful. And the reason that's important is because the only resource that actually has any value in an MMORPG is player time. That's it. And if you really break down a lot of the numbers when you look at markets in a lot of MMO games, it really comes down to things being broken down into the amount of time it takes to achieve those things. And then there's just kind of a base level of currency that we equate to that time's value. And so as soon as everybody maths out exactly how much time it takes to accomplish any given thing, that almost immediately just becomes the price of that thing. And so except in extremely obfuscated markets, pretty much anything you do in an MMO, you're going to earn currency based on the optimum way to do that thing to get the most out of it. The reason that's always been really, really bad for crafting is that crafting and gathering systems are one of the easiest to figure out mathematically, because most of the player time that's absorbed in those systems is the gathering part of it. And knowing how much of a resource you can gather in a given amount of time is so easy to solve. Especially in like a game like this, it takes almost no time to solve that equation, because you can just see, right? Once I get up to the top tier and I get the best pickaxe and I get, you know, whatever, then I just instantly know exactly how much ore I can get in a given amount of time. And that amount never really changes. And so the math is just a flat problem. And that usually is what kind of defines how the markets are engaged with. I remember reading a couple of manhwa, what touch on it, to be honest, and it was good, but it's about finding a balance and an incentive to be the best. Yeah, so that's the key that I'm trying to kind of get at, is most people are ultimately not going to be able to afford the best stuff. And so there's going to be this really good market of sort of lower tier stuff, and more average stuff, because there's only going to be a handful of people who are going to be capable of making really, really good items all the time. And so those people's time is going to be at a premium. And so what you end up having is, right now we have resource markets, right? There's no such thing as a labor market in basically any MMO today, because the skill set required to do basically all activities is the same. Because we're just engaging with the principal input system of the MMO for all activities. And so if you create an entirely different game, basically, right, a roguelike game inside of your MMO that requires a different player skill set, not character skill set, but player skill set, then you create a labor economy, because the players who are the absolute best at the primary game and controlling the control scheme and the skill requirements of the primary game are not automatically going to be the best at everything. As it stands right now, your best combat players are also your best gatherers, are also your best everything, because it's all the same gameplay. And as soon as you diversify the gameplay, you create multiple labor markets. And when you have multiple labor markets, then stuff starts to get obfuscated more and more and more. And because of that, your market starts to shift based on the availability of that labor instead of the availability of those resources. And because of that, your lower tier gear, things that aren't absolutely perfect, are still going to have their place. You also have complete control over the value of some of those lower and mid-tier items that maybe aren't perfect by having systems of durability that cause those items to ultimately break. And you'd have to be really careful with that. You'd have to really look at how long that durability is lasting, because you don't want them to break all the time, but you do want people to need to be replacing their best equipment. And so their ability to replace their equipment is going to be based on, their playtime and their incomes and stuff like that. And so that creates a market for some of that lower and mid-tier stuff, because A, those things probably need to be breaking more often, but also those lower tier players are not going to be making as much currency, and that's just going to be all they can afford. And so your lower tier crafters, right, your crafters who are less skilled at the game, the crafting game specifically, are still going to have a place to sell their stuff, and they're still going to be necessary, because when you start actually taking up the time of the player in the process of crafting, then there's only so many items that the best crafter in the game can make, right? I can only, say it takes 20 minutes to make an item, and I play 8 hours a day, I can only make 24 items in a day. And when you compare that to the number of players playing and the number of gear slots that those players have, then that drastically changes the dynamic. It also means that you don't have to absorb as much of the player's time in the act of gathering. So one of the reasons that most MMOs use these really, really shit systems of gathering, where you have to grind like 100 iron ore to make a steel, to make a star metal, to make an orichalcum, to make a mithril ore or a mithril ingot, like in New World. The reason those things exist is because if you didn't have to grind those resources at such a high quantity, then the market would just get flooded, right? You have to absorb some of the player's time for every item that's created. And so once you start absorbing some of the player's time in the actual crafting process, then you no longer have to set the grind for gathering so hard. And it opens up an ability to really change the gathering system to be more exploratory and less grindy. And that would be such a better gathering system, right? Instead of coming out here to this known spot to get Dracolith, I could maybe be looking for a certain set of conditions that have happened recently in an area that I know cause Dracolith to be able to spawn. What's up, Ms. Devil? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Or welcome back, not welcome. But you can create a system that runs on environmental status. So, for example, if I was maybe wanting to make a really fast short sword, maybe I'd be looking for like lightning ore or something like that. And instead of just knowing that lightning ore spawns in the static electricity mountains, maybe instead I know that lightning ore can only be found in places that recently had thunderstorms. And so instead of going to this place that I already know has this ore, I would instead be going to a place that I know recently had a thunderstorm and then wandering around looking for a dynamic spawn. Yeah, but to be fair, you probably get a buff or title which might help you gain an advantage. Wait, what? But that's my whole, like, I'm so tired of the systems that we have now, and I'm not tired of them in that I don't find them somewhat enjoyable. I mean, this is enjoyable for me. It gives me a better opportunity to talk to you all, and I can totally do this for hours and hours. Someone mined like 10,000 ores, maybe they get a small buff. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You still want good systems to grow your character in those professions. But what you don't want is you don't want your heroic-ass character to mine 10,000 iron ore. Right? Like, if you compare even my low-tier character in this game to the average Joe Schmo peasant, in the game world, I am phenomenally strong. And so having me go out here and in the relative safety of this area that I'm in, for example, mine these ores is sort of silly. If this was a real, right, like a real world, then there would be people who don't have these heroic tier skills out here doing this. And then I would be looking for that one catalyst, right? I would be looking for, the heart of a lightning dragon, or, the rubble from some ancient golem or something like that that would be used to imbue some sort of magic into the item that I was creating. And I wouldn't just be out here fucking mining random tier ore number 16. And in order to be able to do those things and to have that be, because that's what gathering really should be, right? It should be this exploratory experience. I shouldn't find the same resource in the same spot every time. There should be a knowledge behind it, right? Like, I know that certain types of things happen when certain environmental effects have taken place. And then I go and I look for places where those environmental effects have taken place. And then I start narrowing down my search until bammo, I find this resource I'm looking for. And obviously that's not going to change about RuneScape. I'm not trying to say, I think the old school RuneScape days, people actually was racing to get high mining and blacksmithing so they could create like rune armor. Have an event. Yeah, that happens at the beginning of every MMO. Absolutely. When the new servers came out for New World, I've played a lot of New World, but when the first Fresh Start servers came out for New World, there was this mad dash. Nobody was trying to level. Everybody was trying to level their gatherings and craftings so that they could sell like high tier bags and stuff like that, because that was like the most important first resource for everybody to get. The same thing happened when Europe Albion Online went out. There's that player, the billionaire or gazillionaire player or whatever his name is, on Albion Online, that made all of their currency just selling bags super early. They made like 1 billion gold or 1 billion silver in the first week or something like that. I've played Guild Wars, the original. Guild Wars 1 is like my favorite MMO of all time. And I have played quite a bit of Albion Online, but I've never played Ragnarok. I've got a couple thousand hours in Albion, and I've probably got like 10,000 hours in the original Guild Wars. I played the shit out of the original Guild Wars. That was my jam. In fact, if you've ever taken a stance tank into the Fissure of Woe to go get chests without killing any enemies solo, I invented that. Couldn't get into Albion. Really, RuneScape is a great game, just more depth. The skills make them actually unique and important in the game. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the new combat updates that are supposed to come out. We've actually been talking about that quite a bit today, Obrixie, where I'm hoping for a little more complexity in some of the combat skills. Some people are saying that they don't think it's actually going to be more complex. They think it's going to be a simplification, but I'm hopeful. They haven't really said, they just said they're going to be doing some stuff to bring the older skills, specifically range and magic, but also a little bit of attack. They're going to be doing some stuff to bring those in line with stuff they've learned from putting out necromancy. Why did my person stop gathering? Also, the Dragon Wild Hunts isn't bad game. Do you mean the RuneScape Dragon Wilds, the survival game? I have yet to play that. I am excited for it to fully launch, though. So my name is Survival Hermit because I really do love survival games. Um, I've got, thousands of hours in Ark. I started this channel on Once Human. I've played some other more minor survival games. But if RuneScape, if Jagex puts out a really, really good survival crafting game, I am definitely going to play the shit out of it. Personally say wait for the moment before buying. They released it without enough content. Yeah, I mean, they're early access. I don't really do early access anymore. Especially not since Ark and Ark Survival Ascended have both been in early access for literal years. I haven't bought, for example, I really want to play Enshrouded. But I have yet to purchase that game because the 1.0 still hasn't released. But when the 1.0 comes out, I will probably play that game on this channel. At least a little bit. At least a little bit. Yeah. No, they're doing some good stuff. One of the things that I really like about Enshrouded, and that I think more games need to get behind, and one of the things that really drew me into New World was the scale of the world and your ability to move around it. New World didn't have as exciting forms of traversal. They had really good forms of traversal for the game that they were making. The mantling and the climbing system in New World was really good. And it looks to me like Enshrouded has done a really good job of incorporating really interesting forms of traversal into their game that really fit the game that they're making as well. So I'm really, really interested to get my hands on that and just get to go move around the world. But again, all of that ability to explore, all of those cool traversal options are only really important if exploring the world is rewarding also, right? So it's cool to be able to traverse the world really interestingly and go find, all of these ore veins, for example, for the first time. But then you know where they are and there's no more exploration involved. So if they're not dynamic, if they're not spawning in random places, then the exploration part kind of falls by the wayside after you've done it already. Escape from Tarkov is 1.0 now. Yeah, I won't ever play that game. And the reason I won't ever play that game is because I'm ass. And I don't like to lose my stuff. I am super bad at first-person shooters. I got arthritis. I can't click the buttons that fast. It is. And Ark is going to end up, Ark Raiders is going to end up being the same way. Everybody's talking right now, and there's so many videos and stuff coming out about how nice everybody in Ark Raiders is. And everybody just wants to, not kill each other, and you can always find people who won't fight back or won't attack you, and you can, just have these nice little not killing each other moments. But the problem with that is there is at least a small percentage of players who are taking advantage of that to stab people in the back. And just a small percentage of toxicity is going to lead to other players just killing everyone on sight. And it only takes a couple of people. Well, so I think I have a solution, Obrixie, and we were actually talking about this yesterday. But my solution is to enforce the decision moment. So when you encounter a player in the open world, so just getting killed, I don't think is toxic, Jenkins. I think just killing everyone on sight is perfectly fine. The thing that's really toxic and the thing that drives players who want to have polite interactions into just constantly killing everybody and completely removing the possibility for those polite interactions to ever happen are the people who stab each other in the back. Because those people are the ones who drive those potentially cooperative players to just be automatic kill on sight. And then it just takes away that whole facet of the game. If you're just a kill on sight player, then that's as far as I'm concerned, that's not toxic, right? That's part of the game, and you can play that way if you want. What I want to do, or what I would like to see, is I would like to see an enforcement of the decision to cooperate that completely takes away the ability to stab someone in the back. Because stabbing someone in the back isn't fun, right? That's not good gameplay, and leaving that open as a possibility sucks, and doesn't do anything but make people want to quit. But if you enforce the decision, so for example, if I decide, how are we on resources here? So we've got about the same amount of each of these. I've still got 3K to go to get to 70. So we'll go ahead and get another 50 Ori, 30 Ori. And that should take us up to this 3K here. That'll take us to 70. And then we'll start working on our smithing here. But if you enforce the decision by making people 119 necro, good job, Jenkins. Hoorah. I agree, but then at the same time, it kind of makes it fun. There should be a penalty. Yeah, so the way I see it is the path that I think would be best for this, Obrixie, is when you see somebody, color code it, right? So when you see somebody, that person is red to you. You haven't decided to cooperate with them, and they haven't decided to cooperate with you. So you can both attack each other, right? They're red to you. And then, if I decide that I want to cooperate with that player, then I can click on them, or, you know, have some sort of a button where if I point at them and click this button, I cooperate. And as soon as I make the decision to cooperate with that player, I lose the ability to harm that player until that player harms me. So my decision to cooperate with them doesn't force them to cooperate with me, but it does let them know. So the way it'll work is, if neither of us are cooperating, then we show up red to each other. If either of us choose to cooperate, then we both show up yellow to each other. So if I bump into somebody out in the Arc Raiders world, and I see them, I see they're red, and I say, hey, I'm friendly, and then I click the cooperate button, I am making myself friendly to that person in a way that they can visually see, because now when they look at me, they'll see that I'm yellow to them, which means I can't hurt them until they hurt me. And then if they also choose to cooperate, and they go ahead and click the button on me that says, hey, I'm going to cooperate with this person, then we turn green to each other, and now we've both lost the ability to harm each other for the duration of that match. So as soon as we both choose to cooperate, we are no longer a threat to each other at all. Backstabbing is completely removed from the game. And so then, if that person doesn't want to cooperate with me, then I also have the recourse of, holding my gun on them. So if we say, hey, we're going to cooperate with each other, and I cooperate first, I can just point my gun at your head, and you can still be safe walking up to me to reciprocate that cooperation. Because I can't harm you until you harm me. So we've kind of put ourselves in this position where if you harm me, I'm already aimed at your head, I'm just going to fucking murk you. But I can't do that until you attack me. So if you also say, okay, I'm also going to cooperate, then we're green, and now neither of us can hurt each other. And you can repeat that process with everybody in the lobby if you want to. Or, you and this one person you're cooperating with can go team up, or whatever. But it enforces the decision. and it takes away the ability for that toxicity, because that's not a good mechanic to have in your game, right? People being able to say, hey, I'm going to cooperate with you, are you going to cooperate with me? And then being able to lie to each other like that, and then turn around and just stab that person in the back and take all their stuff after you've worked together to do things, doesn't feel good. It's never going to feel good. It might feel good to be the one who stabbed that person in the back if you're just an asshole. But the person who got stabbed in the back is never going to feel good. And you're taking away this potentially positive and dynamic interaction, because 100 times out of 100, every game that has open PvP like that allows for that backstabbing, ultimately becomes just kill on sight everyone. It's kind of a toxic trait, but it makes the game a little interesting. It's a hostile environment. But the hostility of the environment doesn't have to go away, right? There's still other people out there who are going to kill you. And you don't have to cooperate with people, right? You can still fight people. But there's no amount of defense that can stop somebody from stabbing you in the back. Right? And nobody wants to get lied to. That's why there's laws in the real world against doing that. Right? If I'm, for example, in a negotiation with you over a contract, I just flat out lie to you, that's negotiation in bad faith. It's straight up illegal in basically every country. Right, well, and that's what I'm talking about, is a party system. But don't make it a penalty. Make it impossible. Put your thumb on the scale, right? Encourage the type of gameplay that you want to have in your game. Don't allow people, for the sake of the open worldness of it all, don't allow people to be fucking pricks. Right? That's not cool. That's not fun. That's not like, oh, look, our game is so cool and so open-ended that you can just be an asshole. That's there's no value in that, right? That's not a good gameplay experience. Could you imagine if the world was like that? Right? If it was just okay to do whatever, there were no laws, right? Anarchy in the streets. That's what these games are promoting, is this system of anarchy where, your outcome is 100% your responsibility. And there are no systems to protect you from the most toxic types of players. That's not a good system. That's a bad system. But ideally, if they had a tag on them as betrayer, people wouldn't change playing with them. I think big penalty, but put a tag on the betrayers. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with people having that opinion. I just don't think I just don't think it's worth it to even let that type of gameplay exist in the game. I think you would probably lose a handful of players, but I don't think keeping those players is worth it, because I think those players drive away more players themselves than driving away those players would ultimately have a negative impact. Because one toxic, betrayal-driven player could easily drive away dozens, if not hundreds of players on their own, depending on how prolific they were and how frequently they played and how much they PvP'd and how often they betrayed people. I mean, you could drive away tons and tons of players that way. And I just don't think it's worth it to let those kinds of players be in the game. All right, let's go put away some of this other stuff that's in my storage here that I've picked up. Because I got a bunch of stuff from a random little penguin that was running around. It was super dope. Let's take these clue scrolls, put them up here. This stuff goes here, and these, I believe, can go here. Oh, I can't take this out of my inventory. Okay. And why is my orichalcum pickaxe suddenly not in my tool belt? That was I using a rune pickaxe that whole time? No, I had an orichalcum pickaxe out. I don't know. Maybe. But like you said, to counter if you have tagged on their name, it would tell any player not to team or trust the player. So how would you know that that player betrayed, though? I don't... Because unless you have a system like I was talking about where you have to make a decision to cooperate, then the system wouldn't know that that person betrayed that other player, right? And that's what you would want, because you want people to just freely kill on sight. You know, you want one of the primary interactions to be combat. And so if there's no system of having to make that decision and like actively click that you're going to cooperate with that player, then there's nothing that gives the system any idea. Do you think it's only going to take you 3 more hours to get 1 level? That's cool. Is that really what it takes in the end game, though, is 3 hours a level? Because I was thinking that I'd be done in a week with mining. But if that's the case in the 90s, I might not make it. Might not make it. Getting a little over 3 million. I don't... Damn. That's crazy. Combat dummies. Combat dummies. Go kill real enemies, Miss Devil. Hey, what's up, Mr. Devil? Having Mr. Devil and Miss Devil in here makes it really hard to tell when there's both of you or just one of you. I'm doing fantastic. How are you? Because your name is only slightly shorter than Miss Devil's name. Good. Glad to hear it. What are you getting up to? What's your last couple of days of playing been like? Yeah, we'll see you when you get back, O'Brixie. Nice, good job. That's awesome. I decided that I was going to take a detour from some of my questing and see if I could get a couple of 99s in smithing and mining here. So I really want to see, well, I'm trying to get them all the way maxed out, so 110 mining. But I want to see those maxed out numbers. I'm at 89 million XP mage now. 89 million XP just on mage? Is mage one of the 120 skills? Yo, what's up, Drippy Bun? Well, except they don't have like stuff though, right? Like unlocks. Oh, should I deposit my bars? Yeah, okay. Got it. Getting close to a mil XP at the Abbeys with Mage. Voted for Hermit Game of the Year. Oh, okay. I don't remember submitting my virtually non-existent chat game, but thanks. So you're getting in an hour what it's taken me about 7 days of gameplay to get, because I'm currently at 1.4 million. And I'm on day 8 of my gameplay. So, yeah, in about an hour and a half, you're getting what I make in 8 days. That makes me feel super bad about myself. Yeah, enjoy your run, Drippy Bun. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the vote of confidence. That's why I'm not using it. I'm not trying to be OP. I'm trying to be a tank. Fuck Necro. Get weak shit out of here. I mean, Mage is the only way to access most of the spells with the runes and stuff now, right? If you want to do any of the cool rune shit, you basically don't have a choice. That feels bad. Enjoy your lurk, Mr. Devil. Thanks for jumping in the chat, giving us an update on your status here. I don't think I've ever smelted this many bars. I'm going to have so many orichalcum bars, but I do have to get all the way up to 76. So now that we're kind of done with some of the mining, and we're going to be moving into getting some smithing up, the strategy here is that we go until we get to the next create with maximum heat. So at 63, we can create orichalcum at maximum heat, but it's not until 76 that we can create necronium at maximum heat. The reason that's important to me is when I level up, when I mass craft my gear to level up my smithing, I always do the one resource crafts like gloves and boots, because then I don't have to reheat, and so I don't lose time in the reheating. And if you have things that start at maximum heat, then you don't lose any time at all in the heating process. You just run on the forge. And so it saves a little bit of time. I think it's ultimately the best way to go about it. And then we do the burial. So you level everything up all the way to max tier, and then you bury it. And I think personally, at least as far as my knowledge of this game goes, that's kind of the best way you can get it done. So we usually go and we get our mining all the way up to the next tier of 10. And then we'll level up our smithing to 70. Then we'll go mine enough necronium to make a necronium pick and necronium box. And then we'll keep pushing on orichalcum until we get to 76, and then we'll switch to mining necronium, and then we'll push necronium. I think we go to 83 with necronium. Obviously, we're not going to get there today. We probably won't even get to 76 today, but we're going to try. But I believe it's 83. Oh, no, it's 87. That's right. So we'll be taking 87 with necronium. So it's going to require a huge amount of necronium, but it just means that I don't have to pay quite as close attention. You see, even just in creating the bars, I'm losing quite a bit of time here because I'm talking to you all and I'm not 100% focused. And even if I wasn't talking to y'all, I would probably like open up these menus and look at them and then not realize that I got all my bars made and then just be standing here not making anything, because I was too busy like looking and preparing and thinking and stuff like that. So giving myself as much time to do those things as possible so that I can learn about the game and talk to y'all and do all that other stuff is an important part of why I want to have that max heat at the start. Because otherwise, I mean, sometimes it'll be minutes, especially when I'm not streaming and I'm just playing by myself. I watch TV while I play, but I watch it on the same screen as the screen that I'm playing. I don't have two monitors anymore. So what I do is I actually have a see-through window program that allows me to make a window always on top, but make it semi-transparent, and then also make it a window that I can just click through. So I actually overlay whatever I'm watching on top of the game that I'm playing. And then I sort of play through the TV show that I'm watching. And so sometimes I get distracted by the TV show and I'll just be standing there for minutes, not doing what I need to do in the game. It kind of works. It's kind of fun. Right, 250 more. And then we just crush some orichalcum stuff. We do need to make our orichalcum gear first. So I'm going to get +3 everything made so that eventually when we level up our attack and defense, we can just move right into orichalcum. I already have full rune +3. And let's see, so I need 50, 60. I also have whatever comes after the 40s as well. don't remember what though. Let's see, we've got adamant, and then we've got... No, yeah, it is rune and then orichalcum. Okay, yeah. So 50 is rune, 60 is orichalcum. So I have the next 2 sets, basically, will already be prepared. And I'll just try and prepare basic gears. I'll have a bunch of bones left over from this 120 if you want them. I can't trade you. I am... Iron Man. Thanks for the offer, though. I at least think you were talking to me. Yeah, I'm hardcore Iron Man. Check out the dope gear. Hardcore Iron Man. Hardcore Iron Man. First character ever, hardcore Iron Man. Because I'm a baller like that. You don't even know, man. Out of control. I'm currently in the fuck around stage. I'm sure that when I go fight the mole for my first ever boss, he's probably gonna smack the shiznit out of me, and I'm gonna lose my hardcore status, and that'll be my find out phase. But for right now, we're just fucking around. We'll find out some other time. I mean, I have been playing MMOs for 20 plus years at this point, so I at least have a better chance than most at succeeding. And I'm actually going to kind of stop some of my progress in some other areas. I've been talking to some people about some stuff that you can do with invention and stuff like that as far as gearing is concerned. So I'm probably going to get my smithing maxed out, and then I'm probably going to go rock some crafting and divination up to these level 80s that I need. And then I'm going to try and run some invention, at least up to kind of where I'm at with my gear, because I'm sure that'll be, if it works the same as everything else, then as long as I'm staying kind of close in invention to my other attack skills, then I'll be able to just help along and make better gear and stuff like that with that. So I'll look into invention a little bit and see what's going to happen at those tiers, or if I need to go further. But I'd like to get my ability to equip myself in as good a place as it can be before I really start pushing into the mid game with my combat. Because I want to make sure that I have the best chance at survival. Because there's really no point in half-assing it, right? I mean, if you half-ass it, you lose your hardcore status. You got to start over again if you want to do it. And so especially because I don't know boss mechanics, I don't know boss rotations, I don't know any of that shit. I'm just going to go into each of those fights blind. And just see what the hell happens. So, best to be as strong as I can be. Until we get there. I hope so. Yeah. Yeah, I hope so, Jenkins. Although, honestly, it seems to me that the content that people like the most in this game is just whacking rocks with a pickaxe. This has easily been my best stream so far, and I've literally only been mining today, so... Y'all are a bunch of masochists, man. Love that boring grind. Pretty hilarious. I think I finally found my people in this game, because I can put down some hours grinding out resources, let me tell you. Yeah, skilling whilst watching skilling. There you go. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll bring up somebody else's stream, and I'll watch their stream and play through their stream while I watch it, while I stream. So I'll be streaming skilling while I'm skilling, while I'm watching skilling. There we go. So many layers of grind. Skill inception, there you go. There you go. Honestly, though, that probably wouldn't be that boring to me. I'd probably enjoy that. Might actually enjoy that. Gonna be some months, but it'll be cool to boss with you. Oh, well, no, I guess there are some bosses that we can do together. That's right. That's right, because there's some content that just can't be soloed, right? And they allow you to do it with groups. In the Iron Man. Yeah, no, I'll have a lot of fun snagging up some viewers to do some bosses and stuff. I was gonna get a group together of other content creators that have like never played the game before and do a group Iron Man run with them. But it doesn't seem like anybody else has the same amount of time that I do. I considered maybe doing it with viewers also, but I think the dynamic would be a little less interesting that way. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I do this full time, even though I don't really make any money at it. I still do it 8 hours a day, or 6 to 8 hours a day. For the last year and 3 months, I've pretty much streamed 48 hours a week, every single week since I started streaming. But a lot of them, you know, have jobs and stuff like that. I'm just a piece of crap, so I don't have a job. So I do this all day, every day. And it's hard to find other people who aren't already well-established streamers who are streaming as much as I am, right? Everybody else has other responsibilities, but like, you know, I'm not married, I don't have kids. For my age bracket, I'm in a very unique situation as far as my ability to commit to this. So it's pretty hard to find another group to get with it. But maybe if I can grow the channel a little bit, then it can be something that we do in the future with some other more established streamers that have the same ability to commit to the time. Runescape is a freaking grind, absolutely. But I love it. I mean, it gives me a little bit of progress to make every day. I like seeing number go up a lot. The simple side of my brain sees those little XP ticks and sees these numbers over here going up and makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside, so. All right, we've got all of our ore now. So let's go ahead and make, let's make our gear first. So we're going to start out with a full set of orichalcum gear. We're going to need to be able to reheat, so we'll go right here. We're going to make our full set. We're going to start with our helmet. Yeah, I'm putting in about 8 on stream every day right now, Jenkins, and then I usually play and watch TV for the rest of the day. So I've been going like 15 to 16 hours a day for about a week straight now. Obviously, I probably won't be able to keep up quite that much dedication, but my goal will be to be at least streaming 6 to 8 hours a day, even if I don't play additionally beyond that. But I'm a fucking degenerate, so... Yeah, I love seeing other people roll by. We've had Karstis come by a couple of times. I got actually a bunch of people who I've friended, viewers from the stream. I haven't seen Rad Ophi in a while. But Karst comes by every now and then. Red Death comes by sometimes. I like to look at people's characters and stuff, so stop by for sure. Oh, gotta heat my shit up again. Cryptic Wraith. 140. Finish my Orichalcum full helm. And then we go up to level 1. Boop. Hey, welcome back, Obrix. What's crack-a-lackin'? Just getting my Orichalcum gear set done here, so that when I eventually get to level 60 in attack and defense, I can just throw on a tier 3 Orichalcum set before diving into the deep end on some bosses. That'll probably be a couple of weeks away, though, because I want to get my invention and stuff like that up as well before I do that, just to see. So we got a ways to go. We're going to be grizzly grinding. Not a lot ill at the moment. So any other games you're looking forward to play and you're not doing dungeoneering? I'm looking forward to playing. Also, sorry you're ill. That sucks. Drink lots of water. And wrap yourself up real tight in a blanket and keep warm. But yeah, I am looking forward to some games in the future. One of the games that's got me the most titillated is Light No Fire. I am so stoked about Light No Fire. I've never played No Man's Sky. So I have no reason to be excited about Light No Fire other than the fact that my brain has run amok with possibilities. And so I'm super hyped about Light No Fire, if I'm being honest. Yeah. I haven't been doing dungeoneering. I do want to do some dungeoneering. That'll probably be, as I'm leveling up my combat skills and stuff, I'll go do some dungeoneering with that. But I just haven't been yet. My newbie ass doesn't really know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just kind of running around. Never heard of it, have to see that. And you know what I always thought would be interesting by putting certain materials from mining in dungeons and dungeoneering, etc. That'd be super cool. Yeah, because dungeoneering is kind of this whole separate thing. And like all the stuff you use. So dungeoneering is kind of a roguelite, right? Kind of like a separated roguelite thing. Which I actually don't have a problem with. I think it's cool to put different modes like that into an MMO. Which goes back to what we were talking about earlier about having different player skill sets. and sort of some different modes to interact with, I think are really good. New World did the same thing with its catacombs before it decided it was going to close down. The catacombs in New World had some huge possibilities. I was really excited. I really enjoyed those. They were a lot of fun. Played the shit out of those for about a week and a half before New World decided to ruin my life. Dungeoneering is like sitting bare ass on hot coals. So, funny story about sitting bare ass on hot coals. Once upon a time, so I live in New Mexico, and I grew up in southern New Mexico. And in southern New Mexico, in the summertime, it can get as high as like 110 degrees pretty regularly. And so when I was a really little kid, like 6, we used to play this game in our neighborhood where we would come out in the middle of the day and all the neighborhood kids from the block would come out, and there's these metal manhole covers on the sidewalk in my old neighborhood. And they would just sit out in the sun and just bake in the sun and get super duper duper hot. And all the neighborhood kids would come out, and we wouldn't go bare ass. But we would go in like our shorts or whatever we were wearing. And you would sit on the manhole cover in front of your house that was super duper hot. And then we would see who could last the longest before jumping up off of the literal baking manhole cover. And that was a game that we played. I don't know why we played that game. I don't know what possessed us to sit on just the hottest metal we could find and make a game out of it. Yeah, but it was basically a skillet. You probably could have fried an egg on those things if you really wanted to. And we sat on them with our whole asses like a bunch of idiots. Because why not? Surprisingly, I don't have first-degree burns on my ass. I don't know how I didn't get burns on my ass. But yeah, the dumb things kids do. Admittedly, I think putting more AI in games so it responds would make the game a lot more interesting. I sort of think that. But here's where I'm at with AI in video games. Is I don't think we're at a point right now. If I talk to an NPC and it can talk back to me reasonably, but it can't like create a quest for me or alter the game world in any way based on that interaction, then that's very shallow. That doesn't really do a lot for me. And that requires a lot of compute power to run an AI that can do all of that for a lot of different NPCs. So I think that's a pretty huge waste of resources and money for what is ultimately just a ChatGPT chatbot in your game. What I would like to see instead, read a manual called Overgeared. I might look into that. What I would like to see instead is I would like to see AI used in some more unique ways. So, for example, I am creating a chat game for chat. It's a boss fighting game where chat comes together and uses letters to create words to trigger skills in sort of like a Scrabble style system. that will trigger attacks to attack a boss, and then the boss attacks based on trigger words that are said while chat is like just chatting normally inside the stream. And so one of the things that I'm using a really lightweight LLM for is, instead of the first iteration of my game, all of the attacks that chat could do had specific commands. Like you had exclamation point basic attack, or exclamation point heavy attack, or exclamation point heal. And so you were gaining points instead of letters, and then you were just spending those points on the attacks, and it was extremely, extremely basic. However, my next iteration will use letters. So instead of getting points, you'll get letters. And they'll be distributed in a similar fashion to Scrabble, where more common letters like S are received more often, but are worth fewer points. And less common letters like Z you won't get very often, but if you can put them in a word, then you'll get more points. And so what'll happen is you will use your letters to create any word that you think associates to one of your attacks. So for example, if you had a punch attack, instead of only being able to use the word punch, you could use any word that associates to the word punch, like hook or uppercut or something like that. And I'm going to feed that word that you've put into an LLM and have that LLM decide which of the possible actions, if any, the word you used is closest to, and then trigger that attack. And so now, instead of just this very generic system of choosing an attack, we're going to use an LLM to allow you to use any word that you have the letters for. And then your attack's power is going to be based on the value of those letters. So for example, if you have a punch attack and you input the word uppercut because you have the letters for uppercut, then the base value of that punch attack would become the value of the letters that you use to spell the word uppercut. And then any multipliers from gear or anything like that would be added. And so it creates this much more creative system of attacking that's still only using this very simple chat interface to do. And so I'm going to use an LLM to do that. It's extremely lightweight. I already have an LLM downloaded and I've already tested it, and it absolutely can do what I'm doing, but it just runs locally on my laptop. So using a much, much smaller amount of resources, a much, much simpler LLM, we can create this really, really dynamic system of combat. And I think that's what current AI models are best suited to, right? They're best suited to being like comparators, and allowing for an illusion of infinite choice, even though you don't really have it. So for example, I think Baldur's Gate 3 would be a great example of this, where they're trying to give you the ability to interact with the NPCs in a completely open-ended way. But behind the scenes, you could really narrow down the number of options. So in Baldur's Gate 3 right now, when you go, the way you've built your character determines what possible interactions you can have with another player, like, you know, trying to bully them or intimidate them or whatever. But when you do those things, you're still getting a very specific text that you're using, right? When you choose the bully option, you only say this one thing. You say, do what I say or I'll fight you, and it's always going to be just that sentence. But if you instead hit a really lightweight LLM behind it and allowed the player to type anything they wanted, and then took what the player typed and associated it to a specific possible option, right? So maybe you still only have 5 options, right? You've got intimidate, you've got plead, you've got you've got bribe, and you've got something else. And so the player can type anything they want, right? They can say, will you let me go for $100 or 100 gold pieces? And, there's no specific option to choose that, but you can put that in there. And then the LLM will compare that to your possible options. It'll say, oh, you're trying to bribe them. And then it'll just run through the pre-set up bribe script that the NPC has. So you get a much lighter implementation of the LLM, but you're still getting that illusion of infinite choice. What we need to do is get you David Attenborough's. I don't know who David Attenborough is. Wasn't there a mod for Skyrim where the player could talk to the NPCs and they would respond back? Yeah, there was. Still is, I believe. But yeah, absolutely. Somebody has done that for Skyrim. It's obviously not like on the highest level, right? It's not using a super, super heavyweight LLM, but it does work. He's the old man that does that voiceovers for most nature. Oh, okay. I would totally do voiceover work. Absolutely. 100%. That would make me super happy. What I'd really like to do, if I'm being perfectly honest, is book on tapes. I would love that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Specifically fantasy books. Absolutely would love that. But show. Yeah, so I've been doing voice work since I was a little kid. I've been an actor my entire life. I was in my first play when I was 10. And I do mostly musical theater. I haven't been in a play in quite some time, but when I was a really little kid, when I was in, I don't know, the 4th grade, I used to do the daily announcements for my elementary school. So I would go in like during the first class early in the morning and do my school's daily announcements over the intercom. And then when I was in middle school, I was in the journalism club, and we produced like a little news TV show that aired every day or week. So yeah, I mean, I'm totally into stuff like that. Absolutely. That would be right up my alley. Right up I've always been a big theater nerd. I used to go to camp in Montana. The Missoula Children's Theater has a theater camp up there that you like audition for. And so I went up there a couple of years before I started failing all my classes in high school, and then my parents stopped letting me go because I wasn't doing well in school. But yeah. Yeah, that would be totally dope. I'm totally into it. If you know how to get in touch with those people, you just give them my name. Send them my way. I'll read the shiznit out of some nature documentaries, let me tell you. And that stuff would also be something that I would find like morally important as far as work is concerned, because I am 100% of the mind that education is the most important thing in the world, which is weird since I never graduated high school. But I don't even necessarily mean formal education. I 100% believe that any education is valuable. I know absolutely no one, but damn, that's where you should be. It doesn't matter to me, right? Like, reading anything, I think is important. I think it's important, but I don't think that education system of days any. And so, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, is I don't necessarily think that formal education is the best path for necessarily everyone. But learning to educate yourself on any topic, right? Just picking up a book and reading a little is just the most important thing you can do for your own betterment, because you're going to get different perspectives, even if it's just a bunch of fantasy novels, right? I've read hundreds of fantasy novels in my life, and they don't have any educational value when it comes to like mathematics and shit like that. But they do have a lot of educational value in that they always have politics and interpersonal relationships and all of these things that are written from the perspective of the author. And so they just give you this look at how somebody else perceives the interactions of these people, and really helps you define and refine your own personal views of those interactions. And so any amount of educating yourself, whether it's reading, whether it's watching YouTube videos or how-tos, whether it's, anything that's not just mindlessly silly, is going to benefit you in the long run. And I don't think, you can't do that 100% of the time, right? Sometimes you got to sit here and watch some idiot on the internet watch their character smash a hammer into an anvil for hours. Right? I totally get that. The brain rot has its value. But taking at least some of your time every day to watch something that is going to teach you something you didn't previously know is probably the most important thing we can do on a daily basis. And so getting to be any part of that would be just a treat for me. I would love that. In the meantime, though, I'll make useless content about digital characters smacking hammers into anvils. %100%. What we got here? I honestly can't believe we've actually been going for 3.5 hours already. Holy crap. I'm gonna watch you smack the shit out of it. And I appreciate that, Jenkins. I appreciate it. And I appreciate that y'all keep talking to me. Streaming, I've realized, is kind of a superpower when it comes to gaming. And I understand why people never stop doing it. And it's because I have this crazy source of information that nobody else has access to. I have this crazy source of entertainment. Like, I'm supposed to be entertaining y'all. But honestly, for the most part, you're entertaining me. And so I get to sit here and do this just mindlessly boring task that has to get done. But I get to do it while being entertained and educated about the game by these people who have been playing the game for longer than me. And it's literally a superpower. I have such an easier time picking up new games, and I end up being so much better at them so much faster than ever before in my history because I've started streaming. Because it just takes a couple of people to come in and start, teaching you things and telling you about things and pointing you in the right direction every now and then. And you just start picking things up, just boom, 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 and just get way, way better at the game. It's phenomenal. People do love sharing knowledge. Absolutely. 100%. I mean, it's why there's a wiki on literally every game ever. Especially online service games. But, I mean, none of those people get paid for any of the contributions they make to those things. And just thousands and thousands of people contribute information to these wikis all the time. Go out of their way to do, special tests of certain systems. All that stuff. Because people love sharing knowledge. it's a lot of the reason that I think a lot of people get into making content for video games or making content in general, you know, how-tos, stuff like that. But I definitely think it's a reason that a lot of people get into that stuff. But I do think that the superpower of it all and how much it helps the content creator themselves is probably a big part of the reason why people find it extremely hard to stop doing this. And Soda Poppin', actually the big WoW streamer that does all the OnlyFans stuff, recently did another stream because, you know, they're coming back to streaming after a break, and sort of talked about the same thing where he was like, I felt like I just didn't have anybody to talk to about my video games while I was taking a break. I didn't have anybody there to tell me that, you know, my idea was bad or that my idea was good, or to bounce ideas off about, you know, what he wanted to come from the next iteration of the game or whatever. And so you know, I think he's got kind of the same view. Did my Twitch stream just die? Oh, is it really? Also, Mr. Cheesy Snacks is... Did my Twitch stream just die? Mr. Cheesy Snacks is my brother, but that's so exciting. So exciting. Yeah, okay. Twitch stream did just die. Super wonderful. That's so aggravating. The stream was going so well. It wasn't on my end, because my YouTube stream is still up. And I haven't lost any frames or anything. Ah, Cloudflare again. Okay, cool. Well, that's wonderful. Whatever, we good. We back. Yeah, that's so exciting. Thank you, Cheesy Snacks. We might have to... We might have to find a way to play that. That might need to be a thing. While everybody sort of gets back in here, I think I'm going to go ahead and use the restroom here real quick. I got to take a wee. So we're going to start our +2 plate body. And while that's going, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, we back. Now you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. So I think we're going to be able to make it to 70 today. I think that's a reasonable expectation. That gives us, let's see, it took us 3 hours-ish to get 3 level. Oh my god, it took 3 hours of mining to get 3 levels of mining. That's actually kind of crazy now that I think about it. But we have all of our mining stuff, so we're just going to be crafting. We've got 6 levels to go. So if it takes slightly less than an hour per level of smithing, then that's only going to happen if I actually pay attention here. But if we get slightly less than an hour, then by about the 8-hour mark, we should be in 70. We'll try and push this real hard to 70 here. If I can get both of these to 70 today, I'll be pretty stoked. And then I'll do some more work tonight off stream while I watch a little TV. And hopefully I can at least get us moving towards that 76 mark. And then tomorrow, we'll try really hard to get to 80. I don't think we're going to make 80 tomorrow. In fact, we might only make 75 by tomorrow. Because the XP requirements are getting a little out of fucking control. If I'm being perfectly honest. So, growing beyond is gonna be pretty difficult. We're gonna do our bestest. For sure. I'm super sad that the Twitch stream died. We were fucking killing it today, dude. Absolutely killing it today. We've actually had our best numbers today on both platforms, I think, for the entire year. It's been incredible, which is just down to this community being such a welcoming community. I am having the best time getting to talk to the Runescape folks. Y'all are fucking wonderful. I definitely think it took a long time, but I'm really feeling like this might just be my game here. I mean, I think that might be it. I think it might just be the fact that the way I play and the games I play and my attitude towards gaming in general is a very old man attitude towards gaming. And so playing with some old men, well, and women, is just generally that's where my community is, you know? I've been playing too many of these newfangled games with all the youngins. None of them care what my old ass has to say. None of them care what my old ass has to say, and that's fine. It doesn't bother me, I just probably should have noticed. What you planning to make armor-wise? Well, right now I'm just making my orichalcum stuff. So that I have a full set of orichalcum gear. And then when we go to start leveling up our smithing, we're going to make boots. We'll just tier them all the way up to +3. And then we'll burial them so that we can get all the XP out of them. But I like doing the boots. And I like doing the boots when I have begin craft at maximum heat. Because then I don't have to reheat. And so I can just kind of sit here and watch. And I don't have to waste time reheating and stuff like that. I think it's the most efficient way. So we're going to be making orichalcum until we get to level 78. 76? 76, there you go. Yeah, so we'll be doing orichalcum until we get to level 76, which is when we'll get create at max heat for necronium. And then once we get create at max heat for necronium, then we'll start switching to necronium. Now we will take a brief hiatus from the orichalcum when we get smithing to 70. And we'll actually go mine ourselves a little necronium so that we can make a necronium box and get a necronium pick. But that'll be all we do for the necronium until we get to 76. And then we'll go ahead and craft ourselves full level or full necronium gear, put it in our storage so that we have a full set of necronium gear, and then we'll go ahead and level up on necronium boots until we get to level 87, which is when we can move on to the next tier at automatic full heat. But even though you heat up quickly, there's still some time lost in there, and if you're not paying attention, you can lose a lot of time in there. And so doing the items that only require one resource, the boots and the gloves, allows you to not need to do that reheat. And so you don't lose any of that time. And you don't lose time to maybe not paying good enough attention or any of that stuff. So I think it's ultimately just kind of the best way. Especially since the amount of XP you get is based on the amount of resources the item requires. Surprised you haven't played V Rising or Bannerlord. You know, I have played Bannerlord. A long-ass fucking time ago. When I was in the Navy, I played Bannerlord with a buddy of mine on the ship. And I haven't played V Rising, so I don't play a ton of games. I look into games, and then I decide if maybe I would like to play them. V Rising has the same problem to me that a lot of PvP survival games have. You know, I've played thousands and thousands of hours of Ark, and so I like PvP survival games. But if they don't have faction systems, somebody's got ads. God, I wish I could turn the ads off. What a one. No worries. It's not your fault that I have ads. It is in fact my fault that I have ads. But yeah, so anyway, so the reason I haven't played, words are hard. The reason I haven't played V Rising, and the reason I probably won't ever play V Rising, is games that are focused on PvP that don't have faction systems are a huge no-no for me. And the reason for that is one of two things will end up happening. Either the game is mostly focused on solo PvP, in which case, the best players end up being very successful, and more average players, like myself, end up just kind of being loot goblins or loot pinatas for the better players, and that's not fun. And also, the other option is that the PvP becomes really guild-oriented, and guild-oriented PvP, in my opinion, is the worst system that has ever been created. And the fact that it is so prevalent in PvP MMO games is the most mind-boggling thing that I've ever seen in my entire life. Because it completely obliterates the leverage that players have over guild leadership, and instead gives 100% of the leverage and control to guild leaders. And you just can't give that much leverage and control to a player over a large group of other players. And so I think that the only way to do good PvP, Ragnarok Online had PvP, they even created an esport event over it, but it was also interesting how they would do with the guilds. So, I've never played Ragnarok. But if it was anything like, like Eve or Albion Online, then I guarantee it was a less than good version of itself. And so I've talked about this a lot on this channel, and this is one of those things that I'm really, really passionate about. And the reason is because I think that PvP MMOs are important. Because PvP is the most dynamic, most emergent gameplay there is. Right? Because a person is just going to do more interesting stuff than a machine can be programmed to do. At least until we get better AI. And so factions are the only system that puts the power and the leverage in the individual player's hand. That allows for large-scale combat. If you have a guild-driven PvP system, then the leverage is in the guild leadership's hands, because the only way to access that large-scale PvP content is by joining a guild. And those guilds will have rules, those guilds will have expectations, and those guilds will have an implicit or else in everything they ask you. Right? There's always an implied threat of getting kicked out of the guild and losing your access to existing large-scale PvP. Yes, it is absolutely the problem with Albion Online. It's also the problem with EVE Online. It was a problem with New World. I think this is the first time I'm legitimately seeing the newer Runescape build. Do you play OSRS there, B Fettuccine Alfredo? Also, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Sorry, so if you look at the way Albion Online or EVE work with their guild-based PvP systems, is you still sort of have factions. But the way you have factions is you have player alliances, where lots of guilds get together and work together to sort of create a faction. And on the surface, that sounds like a great idea. But in practice, it changes, it like flips the dynamic. And what I mean by that is in EVE Online and in Albion Online, the core guild of an alliance, the strongest guild in an alliance, sits at the center of the alliance territory. And then as you go out through rings of the alliance territory, you get less important and less strong guilds on the outside. And that's bad because then you have your weakest players in your alliance consistently fighting and defending. And the stronger guilds in the alliance are insulated and protected and have less fighting to do, even though they're the ones that claim to want to fight all the time. And in a faction system, if you have a faction system that's run by the system, and then guilds that can be created within that faction system, then the guilds that are the strongest migrate to contested areas at the edge of faction borders, where you're going to get the most resources and the highest tier resources, but also where you're under the most threat. And then those stronger guilds ultimately end up protecting the weaker interior or smaller interior guilds instead of the other way around. And so I just don't understand why we keep making PvP MMOs that don't have system-run faction systems. Just got back from a long date trip. We got some uranium glass drinkware. Not planning on using it, purely decorative. That's interesting. I'm not really personally a knick-knack kind of person. I don't have decorative stuff like that, but that's cool. Where'd you get that from? Admittedly, that's a problem with gaming, though. They put a very straightforward system. So it's minimum viable product, right? Absolutely. And that is a huge problem. But these are problems that have been solved for decades. The first MMO I ever played was Dark Age of Camelot, and it was a faction-based war system, and it was phenomenal because you'd go out into the realm versus realm area, and there would just be people in your faction just helping you. You didn't have to be in their team. You didn't have to be in their guild. You didn't have to anything, right? You just run out there and there's just people helping you. And so, like, we solved that problem 2 decades ago. And then everybody just did a 180 and we're like, no, we hate this system. Let's make it worse. So I'm super confused. Admittedly, though, people didn't seem to want to improve or actually do anything magnificent. My girlfriend is super into knick-knacks like that. Went to a touristy town about 2 hours away, hit up some antique shops. She saw one of them had a display case full of uranium glass, and after seeing this martini glass with daisies all over it, that's funny. Well, I'm glad that y'all got to get something cool like that. Maybe that's the reason I'm not really a knick-knack person. I don't have a better half, so there's nobody to drag me along to go buy knick-knacks. Maybe if there was, I'd be more interested in them. Okay, I could probably get down with like a spider. That'd be cool. That'd be pretty cool. I actually used to have, when I was a little kid, I used to have a scorpion, like a dead scorpion, encased in a glass globe. It was pretty dope. Be interested to see playing Bannerlord. They have a great blacksmithing system in that game. Yeah, so I have played a little bit of Bannerlord, not a lot. The game was just a little too janky for me, and I never really was able to get into it, but I would love to have a system like that, you know, like a more polished version of Bannerlord would probably be really cool to me. Yeah, gotta find a display box to put this thing in, protect it, and your pets, yeah. It's so strange how many people in such a small chat seem to know about uranium glass. Like, what a wild conversation to be able to have in a RuneScape stream. Just a bunch of nerds playing video games, talking about uranium glass knickknacks. What a world we live in. Because I've never even heard of uranium glass in my entire. I honestly, I don't even really know what you're talking about. But here it is. There's only 8 people in this channel right now, and like 2 other people know what uranium glass is, which is just fucking crazy. Black light in the china cabinet looks awesome. I mean, that sounds awesome. Honestly, it makes me think now if I ever decide to get a face cam, that actually sounds like a really cool idea. Get some uranium glass like figurines of characters from video games and then put them in a cabinet like that with a black light behind me as like my backdrop. That'd be super dope. Or maybe, honestly, don't even get a face cam. Because I'm ugly and nobody wants to see that. But just get a camera and point it at a cabinet like that and just have it down in the corner as just something people can look at. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. One of these days, maybe. It's just one of those days. Hey, did we make it to 64? The heat cap of Orichalcum is raised. Hell yeah. Back in the early 18 to 1900s, they would take uranium dust and mix it into glass before firing. When light hits it, very distinct, almost Mountain Dew looking color. Oh, that's dope. Is it not something they do anymore? Let's see. Now I need a weapon. Do I use a one-handed hammer? Or is this a two-handed hammer? So we want a one-handed hammer. since that's apparently the only thing I'm allowed to make. Booyah. You know, I've never played any of the Fable games, much to my chagrin. There are people being loud as fuck outside my window. Yeah, because it's uranium, it's partially radioactive, not enough to hurt you if you're just handling it. But if it chips, cracks, or shatters, the particles can get in your system and can make you sick. Oh, okay. Maybe I won't get any of those. Because I'm an idiot. I'll drop it. And I don't really feel like getting radiation poisoning. That doesn't sound like fun to me. Even a little bit. Looking forward to seeing how the armor looks. Well, we won't be able to put it on. And actually, it won't change the way we look anyway, Obrixie. Because right now we're using this skin. That is the hardcore Iron Man skin. For our armor. Because I want to show off to everybody that I'm a hardcore Iron Man. Because I'm a badass like that. A bit of uranium never hurt anybody. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm just making this in preparation, Obrixie, for when we get to level 60. So I can't even wear the gear that I'm making right now because I'm not level 60 attack or defense. So we just making it in preparation. I mean, everybody keeps saying that, Jenkins, that it's like ballsy to play my first playthrough as an Iron Man. But this is just kind of how I play MMO. I like to craft my own gear, and I like to get all my craftings and stuff up anyway. So this is just kind of very much how I go about playing video games most of the time. The reason I'm watching finally a real Iron Man stream, right? There you go. Are there not other people? I know there's people doing like group Iron Mans and stuff I've seen on stream. You should have been the one doing the Iron Man stream, William. You're already way farther than me on your hardcore Iron Man. I'm fucking killing the game. I'm loving questing, Obrixie. If I'm being perfectly honest, it's one of my favorite things about the game so far, which is really, really different for me. Because normally I couldn't give a shit less about storyline. Oh yeah, so I just changed my title. It did say Hardcore Iron Man in it. My YouTube thumbnail says Hardcore Iron Man on it, but I changed the title and didn't include it, so you're right. I probably should change the title again to include that. That's just today, I just kind of fucked that up. But, yeah, I will put that in there. But, yeah, this is one of the few games that I have ever enjoyed the storylines for the quests. I really like that the quests have a lot of puzzles. I really like that each of the quests feels really unique. And they've got some really unique storylines, and they've taken a lot of inspiration from a lot of places to make those storylines interesting and to give you a little hit of nostalgia with some of the storylines as they relate. You know, like the quest line in the desert is very 1990s Aladdin, which was a huge shot of nostalgia for me because I love that movie. They're after me. They're after you? But yeah, so I've been loving questing. We're taking a little bit of a break from it right now because I'm trying to push some skills. But we'll be getting back into it. I'm going to be maxing this out at 464. Or whatever it goes up to by the time I get to the end. We're going to do every quest for sure. Because why the hell not, if I'm being honest. Your previous was better till he died in a boss fight? Oh, how far did you get before there, William? Yeah, we'll see. Normally, burnout isn't my problem. I'm real good at just grinding things, like real good. The thing that's usually my problem is I start to see cracks in mechanics that don't make sense or are making a game worse, usually for the sake of monetization. And when I start to see those cracks that drive monetization, then I start to get real frustrated. Also, most of the games I've been playing were PvP games, where stuff like that can have a really detrimental effect on gameplay. Which is why I decided to do the hardcore Iron Man here. Is I think a lot of that stuff just won't really affect me playing this game this way. Because, you know, I'm playing by myself, so whether or not other people are paying to win or whatever, it doesn't really matter. You know, the status of other players has less important impact on my gameplay here. So that's kind of why I chose to go down this route. But yeah, I think it's going to end up working out. For sure. And, I mean, the reason I even decided to give this game a chance was because I saw the information about them not having or taking away the treasure hunter. So yeah, but now we've got our +3 rune plate. We've got our +3 orichalcum. So as we tier up, we'll definitely be able to just move into this stuff and be good to go. I got to a total of 2,366 with some level 95s already. Oh, damn. Good job, William. I'm coming for that record, though. 2,366. I got you. I'm going to beat you. All right, so now we move on to just grinding out the XP here. So all we got to do now is we're just going to make these tier 1, or these 1 costs. And the reason this is important is, well, it seems like the orichalcum is where this strat is going to kind of fall apart a little bit. But especially in the early tiers, as soon as you get this max heat, create on max heat, you can just kind of craft. And it even looks like with this orichalcum, it's still going to work most of the way. Here in just a second, we're going to start getting less XP. Yeah, you're going to hear that change in audio. And so now would be the time you'd want to reheat that. But we're only losing 2 XP a swing. And that XP that you're gaining is directly related to how much you're getting through your swing here. So instead of having to go reheat all the time and potentially getting like way less speed out of our crafting, now we can just kind of sit here doing this. If I die, I will probably stay regular Iron Man. In fact, if it wasn't possible to switch to regular Iron Man if I died in hardcore, then I probably wouldn't have even started hardcore, and I'd have just gone regular Iron Man from the start. Especially because this is a new game and because I want to experience everything the game has to offer. I don't think that just pounding my way through the beginning of the game over and over again to try and maintain the hardcore integrity is necessarily a good idea. That's cool. I want to watch the whole... Yeah, I mean, I want to experience the whole journey, so we're definitely in agreement there. For sure. It's one of the things that I like. The first time I ever experienced a hardcore that switched to regular was in actually Last Epoch. We were playing hardcore in Last Epoch. And I'm a big ARPG fan, and I love hardcore in ARPGs. Especially, even having to restart your character in ARPGs is mostly okay. Because, you know, those games are designed to level up much more quickly. It'd be a nightmare in this game to have to totally restart. That would suck. But, you know, in ARPGs, it's not terrible. But when Last Epoch put out their hardcore, and you just went to the regular instead of losing your character, I was so happy. Because I'm bad. I mean, let's just put it out there. I'm bad. And I die. And I'm probably going to die to the first boss the first time I do it. There is little chance that I'm going to make it beyond the mole as a hardcore character. Because I'm good at this stuff, right? I'm good at the logistics. I can figure out fairly quickly what my best path is to do a lot of this stuff and level up these skills. And, you know, I can make a lot of currency. I like to play economies, and I'm really good at that. But when it comes to actually, like, running around playing my character, I'm ass. So, I imagine I'll die. But that's fine. We'll get to make it a little ways. We'll try and get up to 1,000 before we fight the mole or something. That way I can at least say I made it 1,000 on Iron Man. Or on Hardcore Iron Man. Maybe even be big lag that kills you. But at least you get the chance to keep going. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a wonderful way to go about hardcore systems. Is to just give you a tag that says this character still hasn't died yet until you die. I mean, that's brilliant. It's definitely the best way to go about it. I'm all about it. And then you can't, you know, there's no cheesing it, there's no lying about it, there's no nothing, right? If you don't have the tag, you're not hardcore. That's fine. Keep some sort of a record about how far you got so that you know. You know, and they've got the external leaderboards or whatever that keep track of some of that stuff. And, I mean, by this point, the external leaderboards are all just totally maxed out with people who made it all the way to max level. But, you know, eventually we're going to get leagues and stuff like that, hopefully. Hopefully next year there's another league. We'll have, you know, the new league leaderboard. And I'll probably play that if I'm still playing RuneScape, which I hope. I mean, so far the community has been one of the most welcoming communities I've been in, and the streams have been going extremely well. The game is super fun, so, I mean, the whole content creation thing is kind of in the best spot it's been for me in a long time right now, so I'm really happy. So I definitely see myself playing this game for a long time. And we get to do stuff like sit here and watch this character whack fucking anvils all day. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. And the really great thing about it is now that we're at this point, I can actually stop and go do other things. And I think I'm actually going to go ahead and do that. I know I just got to use the restroom. I don't usually try to leave so quickly. But I started to get hungry. So I'm probably going to go ahead and just let this craft these for a couple of minutes. I'm going to go get some food. And then come back. And we'll sit and chit-chat while all of these boots are getting made. All right, we back. We got some grub. Oh yeah, we crafting so slow now. Goodness gracious, it's gonna take forever to get maxed out. I definitely was being way too optimistic when I thought it was gonna be a week to get from here to 99. If I do it in 2 weeks, I'll be impressed. Exponential growth is such a hard thing to wrap your brain around until you see it, like, start happening. Because, 1 times 2 is just 2, and that's only double. That's not crazy, right? And then 2 times 2 is just 4. That's only double. That's not crazy, right? But then 4 times 2 is 8, and 8 times 2 is 16, and 16 times 2 is 30 fucking 2. And that's 32 times 1. And that's crazy. And that's only what? 1 times 2 is 1 iteration. So you've got 1, you've got 2, you've got 4, you've got 8, you've got 16, you've got 32. So the 6th iteration is 32. The 7th iteration is 64. The 8th iteration is 128. Right, so if we're talking about hours to get 10 levels, if it started at 1 hour to get the first 10 levels, then by the time you were going from 80 to 90, it would take 128 hours. And by the time you're going from 90 to 100, it would take 256 hours, which is almost an entire month for me, even as much as I play video games. It's not almost, it is an entire month for me. So, yeah. We might be in for a much longer haul than I thought. Oh my god, that's crazy. My head hurts now. Hey, who's this? Rufiru. $4.5 mil left. Get it, dude. Fucking get it. I believe in you. That's what, an hour and a half? You got it. Dude, I wish he would do a flip. Is there a way to make him do a flip? That'd be dope as hell, dude. Man, I wish you hadn't said that, Jenkins. Now I'm sad that I can't do a flip. The cats? I got a cat. I got a kitty cat right here. Guess I better, like, start raising it. Okay. We can start working on that. For sure. Really? Because it's been days. He's just been chilling. I've had this kitten for like 4 days or something now. I've never petted him. Oh, while he's following me. Okay. Got it, got it. Oh, is that Karst? There he is. There's the man, the myth, the legend. Look at him go. He's got that hardcore Iron Man on too. Level up. Look at that. 1911. 27 million XP. Oh, that says 86 mining. For a second there, I thought that said 66 mining, and I was like, oh, burn, dude, I got more mining than you. Sadly, I was mistaken. What do we got here? Level 65 smithing is one of the requirements for devious minds. You now have all the levels you need for Doric's task, level 7. Nice. Gonna need to do all of these. I've only done the first one. Smelt Orichalcum bar is 50% faster. Death Guard and Skull Lantern tier 70 also requires Achilles Knowledge T70. Silly necromancy shit. That's dope though. Killing the game out here. I want to be as badass as Karst one day. I hope. Karst disappeared into that dude with the white robes. I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. Buy up all the things I never had. We're getting all this good respect, too. You will respect my authority. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Sock it to me, 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 sock it to me. Wow, just a little bit. The respect system is this dude over here. So we'll go talk to him real quick, actually, and I'll show you. This is so great. I get to show somebody something. I'm so happy. So we come over here. More. Are there any rewards? And then you'll see, as you gain respect, so everything you do inside of here, all the crafting and all that stuff that you do, gives you this respect. And you can spend the respect. I think you spend the respect. I haven't actually bought any of these, so let's buy one. Making complete suits, nope. Okay, we want to go all the way to 50%. So at 50%, we'll buy this blacksmith's outfit piece. Because I don't know if I actually spend it or if I just have to get to that point. I think I actually spend it. But yeah, everything you do in here, including like repairing the pipes when they burst, gives you respect. And then you can come in here. You can get things to help you repair the pipes faster. You can get 1% more XP when you do complete burial armor sets. And you can get that 5 times. You can get more XP when you do the ceremonial swordsmiths. Oh, okay, it is a spend. Perfect. You can get changes to your cannon. You can get ceremonial sword orders. You can get this Invictum. Nope. You can get this Luminite injector, which gives everybody who's here crafting more stuff. Tons of dope shit in here. I mean, I still think that those things would benefit you even if you're level 99. Because the, what is it, high alchemy or whatever is a pretty good way to make coin, right? So just spamming high tier stuff and selling it to the high alch price is a good way to make money, yeah? So improving your ability to get, you know, more stuff smithed and things like that is probably good for you. But yeah, so you just, anything you do over here benefits that respect thing. And then you spend it on stuff. The Luminite thing is probably the best thing for people who are already 99 because it increases the amount of your blue bar that you get per swing. So if you were spamming for high elk, then that would make that faster. But it's a shared buff with everybody, so even if you're not adding the buff, you can still get the buff from other people. So I'm just kind of over here like mooching buffs off of everybody else because I don't have enough respect. Nobody respects me. Cellophane, Mr. Cellophane, shoulda been my name, Mr. Cellophane. 'Cause you can look right through me, walk right by me, and never know I'm there. Any pets yet? No, I don't have any pets. Except for my kitty cat, which I haven't raised. I don't even know how to raise my kitty cat. What do I drop him? Meow. Call me cat. Oh, I don't have any sardines yet. I'll have to go get some. Have to go get some. Does he want cooked sardines or raw sardines? Any raw small fish. Got it. Dope-a-lope. Yeah, I don't want my kitty cat to run away. Probably bank him until you decide to train fishing. Hey, what's up, S-Man? Haven't seen you in the chat like all day. I think I saw you earlier for a quick second, but... Yeah, I was planning on raising him, and then I just never took him out of my inventory, even though I haven't, like, done anything to raise him. 'Cause I'm a bum. I got all kinds of things that I can't put in my bank anymore. Like, I don't know, this magic lamp. Oh, it's just 1,000 magic XP. Why haven't I used this lamp yet? I'm so dumb. Oh, shit, that's funny. Oh, man. Was working late, just smithing and mining today. Yeah, that's all we've been doing. Nothing but a smithing and a mining. And this is probably what we're going to do for the foreseeable future. I'm trying to max smithing and mining out. I'm tired of not having a maxed out skill, and smithing and mining I think are going to be really valuable to me for combat and stuff in the future because I'm going to do tanky. So I'd like to be able to just do that as I go and always be as strong as I can be, you know? So for a while, it's probably just going to be a whole lot of smithing and a whole lot of mining. Just grinding that shit out. And then, so also invention seems like it might be a good one to get up before I start going too far into the combat stuff. Because if I get my invention up now, then I can, you know, again, make sure I make the best gear that I possibly can to fill in any gaps from any gear that I don't have drops for and stuff. And hopefully that will make me not die. Because I don't want to die. I want to live. Please let me live. I gotta beat fucking Karst over here. Where's this nerd at? Here he is. He's over here with 1,911 fucking skill points and 27 million XP on his hardcore Iron Man. Gotta beat him. If it were me, I wouldn't focus too much about max scaling, especially this early in the game. Quickest way to burn out. Oh. So, we talked about this a little bit earlier. But I have a superpower to help me not get burned out. And that's just y'all. Right? Like, I haven't even been paying attention this whole time. I haven't even really been playing. I've just been chatting with chat. We've actually had a great stream today. There's been so many people in. So, I mean, 100%, absolutely. If I was doing this and I didn't have anybody to talk to, and there wasn't like this other kind of meta thing that I was involved in, then you're 100% right about that. I would totally burn out. But thanks to y'all keeping me entertained. And my strategy for this is to use low tier things like boots and stuff to do it. I don't even really have to be paying attention to my screen. Like, this is just kind of happening, and I'm just sitting here. I don't even have my keyboard in my lap right now. I'm just talking. Might as well be a radio show. So I have a unique in a unique position for that to not necessarily happen to me. But if I start to feel like I'm going to burn out, we'll definitely go ahead and pivot. Because that's not something I want. I don't want to burn out on this game. And I have definitely driven myself to burn out on some other games. So we will keep that in mind. I have so many things to do in this game. I mean, so many quests, so many skills to level, so many things to learn. DK, don't be afraid to break from the grind and try something else. Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, I use urns to keep up with you for smithing and mining. I should look into the urn thing, honestly. Actually, it's probably a stupid idea to try and max these without urns. Just grinding it out like this seems like it'll probably make me want to not play. I don't know, it's so hard to identify what the first thing I should do is. Because I can make some urns. I can make a mining urn. Plus 20% XP? Yeah. No, I would kind of like to just figure it out on my own a little bit, Jenkins. If anybody has like little tips or something, then that's fine. But I don't want to. I don't want to read a guide and just do what the guide says. You know, it's easy. Just do everything all the time. Oh, okay. Is that how that works? So I'm going about it exactly the opposite way that you're supposed to. Instead of doing one skill all the way to max, I should be getting everything to 40, and then everything to 50, and then everything to 60. And so I'm just over here going about it the exact wrong way. That feels good. Yeah, one of the things that I enjoy about MMOs and RPGs in general, Jenkins, and one of the reasons that sometimes I have a little bit of trouble sticking with an MMO is I'm a big explorer. And I don't just mean exploring the world, I mean like exploring the systems, exploring the math behind the systems, exploring, different best practices and stuff like that, trying to come up with those ideas on my own. And so the more guides and stuff I watch, the less exploration I get to do. And ultimately, the less fun the game is for me, so. Guides are terrible anyway, all aimed towards mains who can buy everything and full of endgame gear advice that is useless. That's usually how these older RPGs go, older MMOs go. I mean, there's a point at which it just doesn't. You've obtained a mimic kill token while skilling. It has been placed in your backpack. What the fudge is this? This token allows you to enter the treasure chamber to fight the rogue giant mimic. One token will be consumed each time the mimic is killed, worth approximately 52,000 coins. Here's the question. Can I kill this mimic? Is it within my realm of possibility? Or will it just beat my ass? Okay. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Yeah, I don't want to get my ass beat. That's no bueno. No bueno. Oh, it's a safe death. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Well, all right. We might just go. We'll get these higher levels, better loot. Nah, fuck it. I want it now. I want the world. I want the whole world. It's my bar of chocolate. Give it to me now. I'm totally going to do this one right now. It only eats it if I kill it. And I want to see it. We're going to finish up these. We're going to take them up to +3, and then we're going to burial them. And then we're going to go try and kill the mimic. If it's a safe death, then I don't fucking care. I just want to see something cool. this is how we used to play video games, right? Because there wasn't guides, there wasn't anything. Like, you just had to see. And so there's that meme, right, where a gamer gets into a brand new game and the first thing they do is check whether or not there's fall damage, right? So they just find like the nearest cliff and just jump off it to see. That right there is, I think, the best way to play games. See a cliff, jump the fuck off. See what happens. If you die, don't jump off that cliff next time. Now, obviously, if you know that there's like rope in the game, maybe instead of jumping off the cliff, you try and rappel down at first instead. Like, just, oh, that dude, I could have gotten a ceremonial thing from him. Shit. Oh, I don't have any storage. Never mind. You know, it's within reason, but like, see a tree, eat a leaf. That's my tracking. See a thing to do the thing. This is the guy that gives you the ceremonial plans, but I don't have a spot in my backpack. Let's go make a spot and then see if he's still here when I get back. Maybe I can get... Put that away, put that away, put that away, put that away. We got lots of spots. Come over here. Alright, let's do a ceremonial craft. Let's get it. Ooh. This one's all purple and shit. Alright, we're gonna hit this one hard. Right here. And right here. And right here. And we're gonna go down to soft. And hit it right there. Let me go back up to hard. Let me go back down to soft. And we need to get to some threes here, so we hit that one. We hit that one. Then we go back down to soft, and we hit it one time. We hit it one time. We hit it one more time. We got to get to hards. We got to hit some fours here. Nice. Oh, that was pretty. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby, don't be so mean. This is wonderful. We'll hit this one with a medium. And then we'll hit a couple of softs. And we want some mediums. Nice, straight into a 3 there. That's perfect. All right, now we got to do some hards. Try and whittle this all the way down here. Six, 7. We'll hit it with a soft. We'll hit it with a soft. And a soft. Boom. Made it perfect. Wait, I can't turn in this ceremonial sword? I turned in the last one. Whoops. Well, this is very strange. I guess because the last one wasn't perfect, like this one was, I didn't actually get the sword. But that's fine. I'm not really sure what to do with this. Maybe sell it? Let's examine. Masterly crafted blade. Doesn't give me any information about how much it's worth. What its high elk cost might be. I don't know. We did it though. Got it perfect. I wonder if I can, like, give this one +1, +2, stuff like that or not. I'd also be curious to see how its damage compares to other tier 3 or tier 30 equipment. Do you know about wilderness events? So I did one wilderness event with cars the other day. While I was off stream, where we went like mined some minerals, and then we were supposed to turn them in, but I didn't realize that, so I didn't. So I didn't get anything. But no, I don't know very much about wilderness events. I see them show up in my chat sometimes. Demonic forces are prospecting an outcrop of ore near the southwest Runai mine. Oh, that's actually the one that I was doing. It's cosmetic, it's the same as the normal myth. Oh, okay, cool. Keep it if you smith a perfect sword. Thank you, S-Man. They're a great source of random goodies for Iron Men. The one at the Runite again in 2 minutes. We might go do that. Should we go do that? I feel like maybe we should go do that. So I can put a mithril sword on? Is that what I'm hearing? Maybe I have to log out. Boop. Yeah, let's put all this stuff in here. Put those in there. And then let's go do... Gotta get my keyboard back out so I can hit my map button. Let's go up here, and let's go do this thing. Because I like random goodies. I am a loot goblin. I like loot. Makes me feel good. It's not an override, just a fancy sword. Oh, okay. Well, that's boring. I want it to be an override. A crash override. Oh no, it's already up. Run! There's only a few that are safe. Yeah, so Cars was telling me that the other day, that this one's pretty safe. But that's okay, I'll do some dangerous ones. It is better to adventure and die than it is to play it safe and live forever. I believe Rico said it best. Or not Rico, who was the other guy that was in charge of the Roughnecks? Said it best when he said, "Come on, you apes, you want to live forever." I, in fact, do not wish to live forever. Oh, I can go turn these in right now so I can get more. Oh, I get it. I mean, getting maxed out in hardcore doesn't mean anything if you never did anything, right? You have earned 108 gemstone golem fragments. They have been added to your currency pouch. The fudge is a gemstone golem fragment. Hey, it's Karst. You need invention to make an outfit with it, so no worries for now. Alright. We'll hang on to him, though. He's not telling me that I'm getting any more golem fragments. Make golem fragments. Oh, there's a price checker? Dang, son. Where's my currency pouch, though? Give me the resources now. I guess a dick. How rude. Oh, so I got more than I was even, like, allowed to get. You can only get and turn in 25, it looks like. I turned in like 60 something because I'm a jerk. I probably ended the thing early for everybody else. Whoopsie, sorry everyone. I just realized because Karst and I are friends, he's a little green dot running around. I didn't know that before. Ooh. I didn't realize I got a sack of wild rewards. If everyone only does 25, we wouldn't finish, so better to do more. Okay, cool. You open the sack of wild rewards and receive your rewards. We got 2 muddy keys. We got red chinchompas. Okay. And obelisk shards. This says smash. For all your teleporting needs, one-time use. Okay. I don't think we're going to one-time use those quite yet. We'll put those in there. We'll put those in the range. We'll put the keys in here. I don't know what the fuck a muddy key is for. One of these days we'll figure it out, I guess. The Chin Champa. I'm actually pretty excited. You don't want to use the same anvil as me? That's kind of messed up, dude. Thought we were friends. Yeah. I am pretty excited to maybe play with some of the ranged stuff as well in the future. You know, I'm a pretty hardcore melee tank, sword, shield, all day, every day kind of a player. But I do like thrown weapons as well, because they've got that barbarian feel, right? You get you some throwing axes and you start hucking axes at motherfuckers. That feels pretty good. It's got that same sort of feel of standing there getting punched in the face, just hucking axes at people. So I am fairly interested to see about some of the range stuff in this game. Because I definitely want to throw axes at people. One of my all-time favorite Diablo 2 characters was actually a throw barb. Dual-wielding axes. That was some of the most fun gameplay I've ever had in an ARPG. Hey, we're almost to 66. Hey, this is actually going pretty good here. Even with the random interruptions and not really paying attention very well. We're moving right along. And this is only +2. So once you finish all the way through +2, you've only gotten a third of the total XP you're going to get from making these all the way to +3 and then burialing them. Because up to +3 gives you all the same amount of XP that you've gotten all the way up to +2. And then burying it gives you the same amount of XP as the +3. So this is only a third of the XP I was going to receive from this sort of cycle of building these boots. And it gave us a little over an entire level. So now we're going to get another... let's see, we'll have to do the math. This is the same amount of XP that we've received up to this point. No, well, I can't. I don't know the math. We'll do some more math here in just a second. It's a lot, though, because I'm making 23 of these, so it'll probably be over 20k when I make all these into +3s. So yeah, we go to +3. Yeah, it's 1,400. So I've got 23 of them. So that's 14k times 2 is 28k. Plus 1.4 times 3 is 4.2k. So 28, 4.2 is 32.4k twice. So I've got another 64.4k coming to me. Just from these 23 items. And we've still got enough to do this like 3 more times? 2 or 3 more times. Yeah, it's only going to be 2. So it's a total of 22.2, right? Is what I said? 22.2 times 3 is 66.6. 666, that's hilarious. So 66.6 times 3 is going to give me 198. 199.8? Yeah. So I should get 199.8k total XP from these 3, which isn't quite going to take us up to 70, but it's getting us close. So we'll do, by the time we get done with these orichalcum bars, we'll probably be 68, 69. Maybe all the way up to 70? No, not up to 70. We need 250. Yeah, so we'll have to get some more orichalcum, but that's fine. Dope. Dope-a-lope. And it should take 160 bars per 20. Right, yeah, because it takes 8 to get to plus 3, because it's 1, then 2, then 4. Yeah. And then next here at the Necronium, you get even more, because you can go all the way up to plus 4, so... That's crazy good. Crazy fudging good. This burial thing really is a lifesaver for Iron Man, though. I guess you could use it if you were not playing Iron Man and you were just playing regular, but then you would lose any value from selling the items. But being Iron Man, not having access to any other really sorts of XP bonus type stuff right now, being able to burial these is massive to get all that extra XP. I mean, I'm getting an extra 50% XP that I wouldn't be getting if I wasn't doing that, which is crazy. Maybe it'll hurt me in the long run. I don't know how. Oh, that's cool. That's why people were punching things. Okay. I'm not actually working on anything right now, am I? I wish there was more stuff that my dude would just do while I was like... Or I wish there were more menus that I could go in while my dude was doing stuff so that I could look around in more of the menus. That would be choice. Very choice. Little... Oh, there's another level. That's not a bad idea. I could go do some of that. Let's see what we get at a level 66 here. Ooh, heat cap of orichalcum raised. That's nice. That'll help me not hit my heat. Not really going to matter for these, but still, that's nice. Let's see. Bones to bananas. Earth's Fury. Jade-tipped blue-urite crossbow. Combat ability Horror. Okay. Yeah, let's look into that. Let's see. How do we do that? Does it allow me to keep... It looks like it allows me to keep smithing. Dope. All right. So actually, Faldor was one of the ones that I was thinking I actually wanted. Right? Shield gains the following extra benefits. Recharge 100% of your prayers. Receive 5% extra experience. And renown from Artisan's Workshop. Oh. Yo, this would help me get... oh my goodness. I should be doing this already. 5% XP. Mole has a chance of dropping a mole nose. Using the altar in Faldor Castle to recharge prayer points, you gain an additional 20 points. Ability to use the ancient hymnal on the Faldor Castle altar to convert to a Zaros altar. Because this is the artisan workshop that I'm working in right now. Did you know that, Jenkins? Did you direct me down this path because you knew that I was going to actually want this? Because if you did, you're a smart motherfucker. Back from run, having a sandwich. Hey, what kind of sandwich are you having? And did you roll it up in a taco instead? Honestly, I had no idea, and to be honest, I'm fucking dumb as shit. That's funny. I don't believe you. I don't believe you one little bit. Why is this one red? Gotta get 16 construction. Okay, I can totally do that. I feel like we gotta get this shield. I feel like we gotta do it. I almost feel like stopping doing the grind for this stuff. I did roll it into a taco, but I just put some chicken and veggies, some teriyaki sauce in it. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. That sounds delicious, Drippy Bun. Everything is a fucking taco. Always. My screen just went all glitchy again. Why you do this, game? Why you do this? My computer is gonna explode at some point. I know it. It's gonna be so sad. Gonna be so sad. Alright. We're gonna finish up this set of Orichalcum boots. Did your game flash too? I never figured that out. I assume it has something to do with some sort of a small memory leak or something like that. And eventually it's just causing a slowdown in my GPU. It's causing it to happen every now and then. I have a really old computer. And it flashes. It seems like it's after I've played for a while. It flashes every now and then. It's really rare. It only happens every now and then. Like once every few hours, kind of rare. At least that's all I've noticed. So it's not You know, it's not a big deal. It's not something I'm really concerned about, but flash happens to me on a 4070. All right, well, it's probably not my GPU then. That makes me feel much better, Jenkins. You have no idea. Because I was a little worried. I haven't played a game on my hardware in a while. I almost always play on GeForce now, so... I wanna be a billionaire so freaking bad. Buy up all the things I never had. If you look close, it's another scene. Mine is of me bank standing at Briff. That's interesting. I mean, the flash shows up in my stream. Maybe I'll try and like do a super slow frame by frame scrub around that area and see if I can't get a screenshot of it or something. Yeah, I'll do that after the stream today. And if I can figure it out, then I'll save it and show it to you tomorrow on the stream. Or whenever the next time you happen to be by, just remind me. Hey, we're up to 40% respect now. We're actually earning respect at a crazy rate right now. Feels really good. Sock it. Sock it to me, sock it to me. Well, Alibaba had them 40 thieves. Shabazadi had 1,000 tails. Master, you're in luck, 'cause up your sleeves. You got a brand of magic never fails. I'm starting to run out of long-winded monologues here. We've talked about so much throughout the stream today. That's something I'm really starting to realize, is especially when the focus of something is fairly narrow, like this stream is mostly just focused on this game, and maybe games like it, but when you really get down to it, that's a pretty narrow focus. And so it's pretty hard to continue to think of things to talk about, to have things to talk about. And especially since I'm pretty new to this game, I don't know a lot of the nuances, so I can't talk about a lot of the nuances. I guess that's good. It does mean there will be new topics cropping up as we progress through the game, and that'll be great. But the more I've spent time streaming and the more I spend time trying to find a way to consistently be talking about something for 8 hours at a time. And especially with this game, because I can't really narrate. There are a lot of games out there that you're actively doing things a lot. This game is not quite that in-depth. At least not the skilling aspect. And so there's nothing to narrate here, right? I can't just be like, and I swing my hammer, and I swing my hammer, and I swing my hammer. I'm not making any decisions, so there's no stream of consciousness to talk about. And so just coming up with topics for 8 hours a day every single day is a little crazy. We do have the ability to talk a little bit about the theory behind why I'm making the items specifically that I'm making, and my overall plan to continue to level up. And there's at least some of that that can be reiterated. Because we'll have different people in different parts of the stream at different times. So it's not 100% new stuff all the time. And I'm sure those of you who have been watching for more than a few hours have probably noticed there have been quite a few things that I've gone back to and sort of said the exact same thing multiple times. Like talking about why I'm making the boots and stuff like that. And that'll come up again tomorrow probably and the day after. And I mean, likely every single day until we get our smithing and mining all the way up. But it's crazy. You can kind of just like run out of words to use. Kirito! What's Kirito got here? He's got like a whole smith thing going on. Oh, wow, the 5-piece bonus is plus 6% smithing XP. Yeah, we getting that for show. For show. That's awesome. All right. We're only 9% away from being able to get our first bit of smithing gear. 5%, those things are a benefit. The longer you have them, the more value they give you, right? Because the more time they're saving you in the long run. Now, because of the exponential growth of this game, getting that full set of smithing gear at, say level 80 versus level 90 isn't actually going to be a huge deal because, half of the XP I'm going to gain overall happens from level 90 to level 99. So, or level 92 to level 99 or whatever it is. So, as long as I'm quick about it, right? I found out about this place pretty quick. So I started doing my smithing here. 13 million. Oh, 13 million to 99. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were saying that you made it to your last level there. Yeah, so I haven't even hit 1 million yet. In fact, I'm only at 500,000, and I'm getting pretty close to where I'm going to be able to buy my first piece. So figure every 500,000 XP, maybe I gain 50% respect. That seems like a reasonable assumption. So there's 5 pieces to get. So it should take me 2.5 million XP. And then the other 11 million, or sorry, the other 10.5 million will be with that plus 5%, which means you can take 5% off, and 5% of 10.5 million is about 500k. So I'd actually only need another 10 million at that point, which is huge. I mean, that's massive. $120 is 104 million. Yeah, and so then when we go all the way to 120, then we're saving 5% of 120 is 6 mil. 6% is 7 and a little bit. So we'd be saving 7 million total XP off if we get this full mining outfit, which is bonkers, right? That's basically free levels all the way to level 92. Which is awesome. So we'll try and get that as quick as we can. And then there are some other things that are in there that help you get more XP and stuff, and we'll look at those as well. But definitely anything I can do to increase my overall XP gain. Doesn't sound much, but we'll save hours. And I mean, it is a lot. We're talking about being able to save 7 mil, and I've only gained 500,000 so far. So we're talking about being able to save 14 times the amount of XP that I have gained in 8 days. So 14 times 8 is 80 and 32, so 112. So that's 112 hours. Like earns, absolutely. So the thing that I'm noticing, though, is I can... because it's exponential growth, the earns are kind of in the same position, right? They're really valuable, but I don't necessarily need to have them right this moment. Their value is going to mostly show itself from that 90 plus area. So I'm not quite as worried about optimizing that right this moment. Because, I mean, once you get to 92, you're at 7 mil. And then eventually you gotta get to 120. So most of the value comes in those last few levels. So that XP is equal to level 90. Yeah, it is. It's equal to level 92. You are correct. So I will be looking at those urns, though. And because I want to get my crafting up anyway, I want to have my crafting up so that I can do my invention. I'm going to be working on this at some point inside of here anyway, so. Plain mining urn. But then, so we were looking at these achievements. Oop. Let's get back in here and we got to go to the burial ones now. Bury my shell at Wounded Knee. And we'll do those. Yeah, so we were looking at the Faldor. This Faldor shield. That XP crafting for jewelry too, and range or mage gear. Yeah, fuck range and mage. Fuck them. But this is going to give me... Receive 5% extra experience and renown in the artisan workshop. So this would be another 5%, so that's another 7 mil. So that gets me all the way to 99 for free. Yeah, so we definitely got to work on that. We probably need to stop. Once I get these buried, we're going to stop. And we're going to start working on that shield. That's the Faldar shield 4. Needs all elite tasks. Also impossible now. Fuck that. I'll show you impossible. What does the easy one give? Nothing. Here's 10% experience bonus for farming the patches north of Port Sarum. That's nice. Why someone trade moleskins for white lily seeds? What's so hard about these elite chests? Or elite quests? Required to unlock 90 fishing. Fuck. 93 cooking. I'm almost 80 mining. 80 wood cutting and 75 farming. No. Oh no, it sucks. The elite requires 90 fishing, 93. Yeah. My life is ruined. Okay. Here's the game plan then. 99 is as far as I go on any skill until I get every skill to 99 so that I can do stuff like that. Because that's still the lion's share of it, right? It's 13 million to 99. And then it's 120 million to 120. So that's still 107 million that I get to get those savings on. So nothing goes above 99 unless I've gotten every other skill high enough that I can get any other bonuses that I can get. I think that's the play. Another reason you don't just bum rush a 99. Yeah, apparently. But I don't care, I'm doing it. I'm bum rushing a 99. Because that's still, I mean, considerably easier than just bum rushing a 120. Now that I'm really looking at the amount of XP that 120 was going to take, there was no way in hell it was only going to take me a week to get 120 mining and smithing. Like, no way. I might get to 99 this week, but there's no way I was going to make it to 120. That's, I mean, literally impossible. It's going to take months. And that's crazy. I don't even understand. Maybe we'll even stop at 95. Because if we look in here, the highest level that one of these requires, I think, was 95. 93 cooking, 90 fishing. Yeah, 95 prayer. There you go. $120 is totally worth it, S-man. Totally. To prove my grindiness to the world. Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're right. I think I stop at 99 and just get everything to 99. And then start looking for things like this, right? Like the Faldor shield and other things that can help me skill things to 120. But I think for the most part, I should be able to get like all of the possible XP bonus systems starting at 99. And so then everything beyond that, right, the last 100K, I'll just make sure that I have every possible. $120 archaeology next. What is archaeology? I don't even know what archaeology does. It looks like it gives me crafting materials. Like really good crafting materials. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Gives you big buffs. Powers. I got the power. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody dance now. Recover and restore artifacts to get nice passive bonuses through relics. Okay. So I have kind of started some of that, I think. I'm putting together a statue in the Varick Museum based on these like little stones and shit that I've been getting. And they've been giving me a bunch of XP and stuff, I think. I don't exactly know how it works, but I've been doing it. Oh, that's not archaeology? Oh, okay. Oh, did you try and link something, Jenkins? Get wrecked. Another random mini game that is art starts east of Varric with a tutorial. Oh, okay, cool. Black. So many things to do. What did we get for level 67 here? Heat Orichalcum, 33% faster. I don't need that. Level 60, a hero's welcome. Everybody dance now. Feel the music. Yeah, that dude just went like flying. Fire Ventus. Look at all them 99s. Law. And the bat wings. Character looks pretty dope. Well, we were going to stop and get that shield, but that doesn't seem like it's a possibility. So, guess not. Back to making the base boots. More hours of smashing a hammer into an anvil. Y'all are troopers, man. Some of y'all have been with me for the entirety of this stream. Almost 6 hours of watching my character do stuff. I'm not even playing right now. This is great. I love y'all. You're wonderful. This is goofy. This is just goofy. What are some other... Let's go look at some more items that I can get, because I've read a few of them. But let's go see. What do we got here? We got a cape. Unlimited teleports to the monastery. 40% of items dropped in the Tower of Life will be noted. Ooh, that's nice. Not sure what the Tower of Life is, but dope. Improve rate of success when stealing from stalls in East Ardagny. Ooh, nice. And you'll be able to sell cats to citizens for double the normal number of death runes. On entering a game of Castle Wars, your prayer points will be boosted by 10%. 25% chance of 2 chompy birds appearing when chompy hunting. I don't know what that is, but it sounds dope. Ooh. Another 100 noted essences per day. That's great. I still need to go get my daily noted essences from the Wizard Tower. I haven't done that yet today. The cloak gains the following extra benefits. Teleport to the farming patch north of Ardogny once per day. Improved rate of success when picking pockets. Double length PvP immunity after pulling the wilderness teleport level. 60% of items will be noted. Improved yield from crafting runes. Nice. Talk to the town crier to toggle your Ring of Life teleport destination to Ardugny. 50% chance of 2 chompy birds appearing when chompy hunting. I don't know what the fuck a chompy bird is. But, ooh, 150 noted essences. Improved rate of success when picking pockets or shoplifting from stalls. Teleport traps on chests will always teleport you to our Dogny's North Bank. 80% of items dropped in the Tower of Life will be noted. Talk to Alec to toggle Watchtower teleport destination. 75% chance of 2 chompy birds. Unlimited teleports. Recharge 100% of your summoning points once per day. That's nice. The least valuable rewards from the fishing trawler will now be more valuable. 5% chance of smelting 2 rune crossbow limbs at once in Yanil. Hey, Trippy Bun, have a good night. Enjoy your sleep. And congratulations, Jenkins, on your 120 necro. Fucking get it. Guaranteed chance of 2 chompy birds. That one seems like a good one. Those essences for sure. Demonheim. I kind of want to do this because I need to do some dungeoneering anyway. This is an aura. Access to Heim Crab Weapon Cosmetic Override. Ability to choose at the start of a dungeon which boss you encounter once per day. Choose a secondary ring roll, which has 25% its normal effect whilst wearing the aura. And 1 consequence-free death per day whilst in a dungeon. Ooh. Does that mean I don't lose my hardcore? Demonheim Aura 2. Ability to bind 1 potion in a new slot. A supply of law and cosmic runes available from the smuggler. Secondary ring roll effect is boosted to 50%. Access to an extended portion of the resources dungeon on the Demonheim Peninsula. The aura will act like Ava's accumulator and the bone crusher whilst inside Demonheim. I don't know what that means, but okay. Yeah, I don't know what most of this means because I haven't done a lot of this Demonheim stuff. A daily bag of lost and fine items from a rug merchant. Sparkly dung calphites. Drop double loot. Oh, that's up. That's 2% cheaper prices in the Pizzazz store. Double water from cacti. This is actually huge. Double loot from calphite dung. Goats have a chance to drop noted goat horns. Unlimited teleport to Narda. Ability to create 50 molten glass with only pot ash while outside in the desert. Reduce failure rate on the agility pyramid. 5% cheaper prices in the Pizzazz store. And a second teak tree near Oozer. 30 noted potato cacti per day, claimed from the weird old man. 10% cheaper prices, double charges from artifacts when recharging the Scepter of the Gods. Cactus patches in the desert will be protected from disease, and you'll get doubles the spines. Half the chance of dummies and scarabs spawning in Pyramid of Plunder. The Karis has a greater chance to score a vicious blow. The amulet can now produce a total of 100 molten glass per day. Scepter of the Gods can now store 60 charges. Opportunity to re-roll your Dominion Tower chest rewards. 20% chance of making 4-dose super anti-fire pots. 2 feathers at once from the Phoenix. Boosted stats on the Ancient Staff. Granite Buyer in the Quarry and new sandstone rock on the coast near Sophanum. The amulet can now produce 150 molten glass. So the big deal for me here, this actually might be one of the first ones I want to get. I am a huge fan of the Calphite dung beetles. I think that those drops that they give down there are super awesome. Like, super awesome. And I especially think they're going to be pretty powerful for Iron Man. Because, things like feathers and already cut gems and just tons and tons of little resources that I'm going to need periodically to just be tearing up some of these things. And I can go down in there and I could just murder those things. I think I'll take a ranged weapon down in there next time because it was kind of a pain in the butt to do with a melee weapon. But, I mean, you take a ranged weapon down in there and you just start massacring shit. I think you get a lot of resources that way. A lot of really good resources. A lot of really good resources. You take all your boxes and your bags and all that stuff down there with you that you might have and really get after it. I think it'll be great. It'll be really great. What else do we have in here? There's so many dope things in this game. So many things to go after. Some boots. These boots were made for walking. And that's just what they'll do. Let's go check out the Lumberage one. Explorer's Ring. Recharge 50% of your run energy once per day. Slight boost to prayer and magic. And access to the Explore emote. And that's meh. Recharge 50% of your run energy twice a day. Cast low-level alchemy without runes 30 times per day. 10% chance per essence of receiving extra elemental runes from rune crafting. That's good. We definitely want that. Recharge 50% of your run energy 3 times. Free teleports to the cabbage field south of Falador. And cast high-level alchemy without runes 15 times per day. Cast superheat item without runes 27 times per day. 50% chance to cast bones to bananas without using up runes. 10 successes per day. Claim a hamper of food from the Lumbridge Castle's cook once per day. Another big part of this is these lamps, right? That's a lot of free XP in there. I mean, it's not like crazy amounts, but I mean, 10 or 15,000 worth overall. 10 or 12,000. That's pretty dope. Get some pants. Fungi. Let's see the one in Sears Village. Oh, this is that. Yeah, I've actually read this one. This one actually looks pretty good too. The Underworld. Grimoire, okay. So this is an offhand, right? 15 daily bones from Lupe. Or Loop, I don't know. Free teleports. Picked up ashes are sent to the bank. That's nice. Dropped bones and big bones are sent to the focus storage. Toggleable. Nice. 10% chance to make 4-dose necromancy potions while in 2.5% chance per impure essence of receiving extra runes from rune crafting. And 3% XP from dispelling ritual disturbances. Baby dragon bones daily. Unlimited free teleports from Ong ritual sites. Drop baby dragon bones and wyvern bones are sent to the focus storage. Nice. 10% chance to make 4. Dang. Yo, this grimoire is pretty good. $10 buckets of slime. Mushroom Pass won't be diseased. Free teleports. Dragon bones and Dagoneth bones. Arid bones. All these bones. Into the focus storage. 4 doses. Impure essences. XP from dispelling. Necroplasm from rituals. So there's probably some pretty huge value in getting all of these before doing necromancy. It seems like there's a lot of stuff in there to help making necromancy easier. So leveling up something else first, like attack, is probably going to benefit necromancy a lot, which is pretty cool. I like that. I like the whole idea of that. Varric, what does Varric give you? A chest armor. Oh my gosh. Mithril Adamant Luminite. So I need the tier 3 Varric armor. Smelting Rune Orichalcum Necronium. Double mining. Access the cooking guild without a chef's hat. So these are pretty interesting. I won't want this chest piece because I want the 5 bonus for the XP rewards from the smithing gear set. But it might be possible to get this quite a bit faster than the smithing gear set for the end game stuff. Maybe not. That's kind of interesting. Because of all of those things, there is definitely some value to leveling up everything. Because there's a lot of requiring random other skills to be able to get things that benefit other skills. So honestly, there's probably a really, really deep dive that could be done. And I'm sure somebody's probably done it to figure out exactly what skills to level up to exactly what levels to make sure that you have as many of those possible XP bonuses and stuff as you possibly can at like every tier of gameplay. Which would be an interesting run to do. It definitely is maybe something that bears learning before next year's league, if we get another league next year. Because that'd be kind of fun to try and level up a character just as fast as humanly possible in the league, with as many XP bonuses as you could possibly get. That actually sounds like a really fun group Iron Man. Do they have like Iron Man, group Iron Man, hardcore Iron Man in the leagues? Is that a thing? Because I feel like that'd be a really cool way to go about that stuff. It's crazy how much you don't know that you don't know. There are so many things to look at in this game. And you feel like you get a handle on it. And then you see all this stuff. And this is such a small... Right? There aren't that many items in here, if you really look at it, because it's just based on region and stuff. But they seem to all have such a huge impact. And then, like, I mean, I haven't looked at this. I don't know what any of this stuff is. What? Whatever this tracker is. Oh, this is just showing me my capes. Completionist cape. Complete all these to be able to obtain the completionist cape. Okay. Dope. Max cape. Level 99 and everything. Okay. Comp T. Master Max. Master. Oh, it was 120 and everything. Yeah, we're going to get this eventually. Master Comp. Oh, brain is exploding. Hey, when did our rune score get up to 700? That's nice. I was in the 500s there for a while. Killing it. Fucking killing it. Buddy, I'm off for the night. I'll catch you tomorrow. Yeah, Jenkins, thanks for being here. And thanks for keeping the chat lively. I appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. Me too. If I'm being honest, that might just be a good time to call the stream in general. It's only been a 6-hour stream, but these grind streams are pretty long. And I mean, I'm kind of running out of stuff to say, and you know, my energy's dropping. I think everybody else's energy is kind of dropping. It's weird that, you know, these streams that don't have as much action going on are honestly kind of harder, I think, on chat and myself, because we end up filling the time with more talking, more thinking, more theory crafting and stuff like that. And so when we do that, we're engaging mentally a lot more than when there's, you know, a lot more action and stuff going on, because you can kind of just turn your brain off and watch. And I can just kind of turn my brain off and go through the motions. But when we're actually having to have conversations, you know, that takes a lot more mental power, I think. So I think we'll probably just call the stream there now. And then we'll pick it back up tomorrow. I'm still going to hit this grind really hard tonight. I'm going to watch myself a little TV and just turn my brain off a little bit and grind it out. And then tomorrow, we'll be back to mining some more ores and doing some more stuff. I want to try and push this a ways, because I really want to, now that I kind of know where some of those end game area rewards and stuff are, you know, getting up into the mid 90s, I think is really kind of just a baseline for a lot of these skills to really start being able to pick up a lot of the good stuff that's out there. So we're going to grind it out for a while. It gets super boring and I'm not enjoying it and nobody else is enjoying it, and we'll switch and do something else, but at least for a couple of days we'll grind it out. So, but yeah, I hope everybody has a good rest of their day, and thank you all so much. Today was such a good stream. We had so much to talk about. We had so many new people talking. Just everything was super interactive. We had lots of people watching. Just feels really, really, really good to see the numbers on the stream go up and the engagement go up. So thank you all for that. I really appreciate it. But I hope everybody has a good day, and I will see you all at the regular start time tomorrow for the next one.